Good afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. And you know what I just saw? There's supposed to be at 6 o'clock an update on that synagogue car ramming thing. That's at 6. We'll try to get that for you. Give me a moment here. I just saw this. I mean, that could be related to the war too. Let me try something here. Just give me a second. I'm going to check on this. Sorry, I just noticed that right now, so I wanted to see if we could maybe get it at 6 o'clock. We'll see. There, in addition to all the stuff going on in the Middle East today, there were 2 incidents in the U.S. that might be related to the war. We don't know yet. There was a car that rammed into a synagogue in Michigan. And then in Virginia, there was a shooting at the Old Dominion University campus. So I don't know if either of those was related to this, if the people who did it were somehow motivated by the war or something. So we're waiting to get more updates on that. Again, there's supposed to be an update at 6 p.m. Eastern on the Michigan synagogue car ramming thing. What just happened here? What's going on? Camera moving. The camera is moving around on the Beirut cam. Where did the clock go? Where's the clock? Here's the clock. Right. We have Beirut and Tel Aviv. The Tel Aviv cam is all zoomed in at the moment. Okay, so we're going to give you updates on everything. Bill Malugin of Fox News says, I'm told by 3 law enforcement officers. Bill Malugin of Fox News says, I am told by 3 law enforcement sources that the vehicle used in the attack at a Michigan synagogue today is registered to a naturalized U.S. citizen from Lebanon who lives in Dearborn, Michigan. A man drove a car into a synagogue and then exchanged fire with 1 or more security guards and then was found dead in the car. Now, it's also being reported regarding the shooting at Old Dominion University. In that shooting at Old Dominion University, NBC News reports, Tom Winter, a man previously convicted of providing material support to ISIS, Mohammed Jalloh, and recently released from prison, has been identified as the shooter at Old Dominion University earlier today. 2 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter tell NBC News. So will it turn out that either of these incidents are related to the war in Iran? What's behind me is the airport. That's the airport behind me in Beirut. So let's maybe start with some updates on those. Also, Brooke Taylor with Fox News says the suspected gunman who opened fire at Old Dominion is identified as a former Army National Guard soldier convicted of supporting ISIS, says Fox. He is a naturalized U.S. citizen from Sierra Leone who was sentenced to 11 years in prison for attempting to provide material support for ISIS. This is from Fox News. He was originally arrested in 2016 after authorities said he helped to procure weapons for what he believed would be an ISIS-inspired attack on U.S. soil and tried to send money to ISIS, to support ISIS. Kash Patel, FBI director, said that the FBI is investigating that shooting as possible act of terrorism. Earlier today, an armed individual opened fire at Old Dominion University, leaving one person dead and 2 others wounded. The shooter is now deceased thanks to a group of brave students who stepped in and subdued him. Actions that undoubtedly saved lives, along with the quick response of law enforcement. The FBI is now investigating the shooting as an act of terrorism. Regarding the synagogue, here is just a quick update on that. Man fatally shot attacking Michigan synagogue. A man armed with a rifle rammed a vehicle into a major synagogue in a Detroit suburb and was fatally shot by security, says AP. The vehicle caught on fire after crashing into the Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield Township. No kids or no staff were injured whatsoever, said the Oakland County Sheriff. One security guard was hit by the vehicle, but did not suffer life-threatening injuries. AP also says synagogues around the world have increased security and protections for worshippers since the U.S. and Israel launched a war with Iran on February 28th. The sheriff said that the car was driven through the temple's doors and was driving down the hall with a purpose and struck a security guard. Elsa Jean says, I worry Iran has sleeper suicide cells here waiting to hit us. Hopkinson says Bloomfield Hills is a ritzy area. This was in West Bloomfield Township. Thank you to our moderators, by the way, as we get started here. Roberts, May Queen, and Ruth over on YouTube, and Beth Mythical are all moderating there. I really appreciate it. On Twitch, we have Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Huge thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. As we get started here, Roberts, May Queen. I have, hold on a moment here. Thanks, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley for moderating on Facebook. Thanks to Lena Wood for the Facebook stars. Thanks to Lena. Thanks, Helen Anderson, for being a member. Kristen McConnell Gates, thanks for being a member. Our viewer, Plains Are Cool, says, so much bad news today. The oil price, the price of Brent crude is 101, it's a little over 101. That's Brent crude. We're going to be talking about that. Oh, hold on a moment here. Again, 6 p.m. there's going to be an update on the supposed to be an update on the synagogue attack. So I'm hoping we have a stream of that. Regarding the Old Dominion shooting, "13 News Now says 2 people were hurt and the gunman is dead. But then the police chief at Old Dominion said a 3rd victim self-transported for treatment. 1 victim is in critical condition." Oh, wait, now I'm confused. I'm sorry. There were 3 victims. So what happened at Old Dominion, there was 1 killed and 2 injured, plus the shooter is dead. 1 killed, 2 injured, and the shooter is dead. That's the shooting at Old Dominion. Again, the shooter is, multiple reports say the shooter is Mohammed Jallo, a former Army National Guard member who had been sentenced to 11 years in prison for trying to provide material support to ISIS. Oh, I didn't see this. ABC News said that the shooter at Old Dominion, hold on a second. ABC News said the shooter at Old Dominion reportedly walked into a room on Old Dominion's campus, asked if it was a ROTC, Reserve Officer Training Corps class, and when someone replied yes, he shot the instructor several times. The 2 wounded students belonged to Army Reserve Officers Training Corps at ODU. Hold on a second here. I just want to post this. Give me one more second here. Thanks for your patience. Just want to get this posted here. So again, ABC News said the shooter walked into a room on the campus, asked if it was a Reserve Officers Training Corps class, and when someone replied yes, he shot the instructor several times. Give me just one more second here. Hang on. Okay, so I'll be keeping an eye on that too. Again, that is being investigated as an act of terrorism, the Old Dominion campus shooting. And no word on a motive yet. Well, I mean, you can imagine a motive that might be a motive, but we don't know now for sure. No word from law enforcement on a definitive motive for the car that rammed into a synagogue in Michigan. So I'll be keeping an eye out on both updates on both of those stories. We'll be taking more comments from you guys and getting you the latest here. I saw a really interesting report early this morning that I wanted to mention too. We have the cameras up right now from Beirut and Tel Aviv. Oh, a quick thank you, by the way, to thanks to for your support. Mendy R. Thanks, Mendy. Princess Teapot. UBB Lifestyle. Read the freaking comics. Who says gas prices, attacks, and general fear in the U.S. don't look like winning to me. Thank you, Miss Curvy, as well, who says UK London has been put on high alerts for terrorist hits. That's what Miss Curvy says. She's in the UK. Thanks, Jeff Grachowski, Robert Riddle, Jesse James, David AK 1911, In Trouble with the Trees, and also Rosemary Hill, and also Gamoff 5 on Twitch, and Das Get on Twitch, and Radio Guy Sean on Twitch. Shin, who I follow for reports about Iran, says 3 huge blasts shook Qom City in Iran. Reports of ongoing strikes in Iran by Israel and the U.S. And there hasn't been, I think the last, there have been a number of ships Iran has attacked recently in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz and waters nearby. The last one of those that was reported was 17 hours ago. So we'll have to see if that continues. Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed right now. Ships are basically not going through there. There have been 5 ships, I think, at least attacked in the last couple of days. But this was the one from 17 hours ago. I don't remember if we read this on the air. I don't think we did. It said UK MTO has received the report of an incident. Hold on. This was the last one. You can see there's the Strait of Hormuz right there. UK MTO has received a report of an incident 35 miles north of Jebel Ali, UAE. The master has reported the container ship was struck by an unknown projectile, causing a small fire on board. Full damage assessment impaired by darkness. All crew are reported safe. Did they update that? They gave a summary a few hours ago. No, it's the same thing here. So I think actually there's been 6 ships attacked in 2 days. 6 ships attacked in 2 days. Oh, press conference. Hey guys, Old Dominion press conference also. I don't know if I'll have access to that. There's an Old Dominion press conference at 5:30 Eastern. Let me just see something here. I'm interested in that as well, but I'll see if I have access to it. I don't know if I will. Give me a moment right now. So press conferences on both of those coming up. We'll see what I have for you on that. By the way, thanks so much to Owl Hippie for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Owl Hippie. Thank you. Queen of the South as well. Thank you, Queen of the South. Our viewer, See You Later, says you can't stop a crazy person from doing something crazy when it's a surprise or a coward act. Unfair advantage. These people are weak souls. Cherry Cola says, was the U.S. caught totally off guard by the mining and closing of the Strait of Hormuz? It's supposedly been mined the last couple of days. No confirmation of that, but several reports of that. Truthway says these crimes smell of sleeper cells waking up. Oil, we were watching last night when oil went back up to $100 a barrel. You can see here oil jumps to $100 a barrel and stocks sink worldwide with no clear end in sight for the Iran war. No clear end in sight, guys. The S&P fell 1.5% today and resumed its sharp swings following a couple of days of relative calm. The Dow Jones dropped 1.6% and NASDAQ went down 1.8%. The price of a barrel of Brent crude, the international standard, climbed 9% in the last day to settle at $100.46. Worries are worsening, AP says, that the war could block the production of oil in the Persian Gulf for a long time and cause a debilitating surge of inflation for the global economy. Oh, Iran's new supreme leader released his first statement today since succeeding his late father, saying his country would keep up attacks on Gulf Arab neighbors and use the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz as leverage against the U.S. and Israel. A fifth of the world's oil typically sails through the strait, and oil producers in the region are cutting production because their crude has nowhere to go. Analysts have said if the strait remains closed, oil prices could jump to $150. Annuity expert says the 10-year Treasury hit 4.27%. That's what our viewer annuity expert said. 4.261, I just looked at it. The 10-year Treasury is up from, looks like it was around 4.01, like at the end of February. Now it's 4.261. One of our viewers said, how did the new Supreme Leader post that he's in a coma? We don't know how his health is. There have been speculations that he might be severely injured, but we don't know. Or at least injured from the U.S. and Israel attack. You can actually, there's been a lot of posts on his X account today. I think regular Iranians are not allowed to use X, but the leaders use X. Where is it? Here's the account. I believe this is a legit account because the old Supreme Leader account has been posting this one. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei at M Khamenei _IR. You can read all the posts from today. Trying to get Gulf countries to shut down U.S. bases, saying shutting down U.S. bases in the region will enable those governments to strengthen their ties with their own people, who are generally dissatisfied with the humiliating behavior associated with those U.S. bases. It will also bring an increase in their wealth and power. Another post I want to show you is the leverage of closing the Strait of Hormuz must definitely continue to be employed. Again, you can go to his X account and you can read the posts. I don't know that he is sitting there with a phone posting these. Maybe it's somebody who works for him who goes to the account and posts it. But there's a bunch of them today. It just started 7 hours ago. The posts start 7 hours ago. I don't know if there were any before that were deleted, but a bunch of posts. He is posting a lot today on X. By the way, thanks to Lidwine Elizabeth. That's really nice of you, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, our ship from the Netherlands turns out to not have a working cannon, though people say they won't need it or that they knew about that. Others say they didn't, and videos promoting the ship days ago show the cannon was important, but people say now that isn't true. I didn't even know anything about this ship. Wait, is there a ship the Netherlands is going to deploy? Oh, well, I see an article that claimed that 2 days ago the Netherlands deployed an air defense ship to the Eastern Mediterranean. Is that what you're referring to? Maybe that's what Lidwine Elizabeth is referring to. Thank you so much, Lidwine Elizabeth, by the way. Also, Chappie54, man for some markets, who says, spot markets are important, but the time spreads blowing out are a huge risk here. Thanks also, J Rizrock. Thank you. Oh, it's not Netherlands. No, I think it is Netherlands because it's, I believe she's in Europe. Maybe she'll post again and she can, Lidwine Elizabeth can fill us in. I'll look for her post. Jesper says it is Netherlands. Our viewer Puma Rebel says, draft coming soon. I got drafted in 1969. Your turn now. I got shot in basic training by another dummy, says Puma Rebel, and never saw a battle. Send your kids to war today and go Navy. Thanks for your service, Puna Rebel. Now, give me a moment here, guys. All right, hold on. I need a moment here. So, how is this going to work? I need a moment. I need a moment. Hang on. I'm going to try to dig up this press conference. I have to find it in a way that I can't just steal it off of like local news. So give me a second here. Yeah, so sometimes with these local press conferences, sometimes the news agencies don't actually have them. Yeah, see, what's happening is, I buy content from different news agencies, but sometimes with the local press conferences, you can't even buy them because it'll be a local affiliate showing it, and they don't allow you to buy their footage. So, I'll see if I can somehow. Sometimes, like the police will show it or something, but as of right now, I don't even have a way to buy the one from about the Old Dominion shooting. But I'm peeking around here. You never know. But that's the current. I'm looking at it. That's what it's currently saying. The FBI usually doesn't show them themselves. Yeah, I checked the local authorities' website, but I didn't see it there. You never know, though. Still checking a couple options here. Well, if nothing else, I'll find out what's being said there. Again, I'm sorry I don't, at the moment, have access to the briefing. We'll see also if I can get access to the other briefing about the incident at the synagogue. That's a different briefing. One moment here. Oh, hold on a second. What is this? What is this? All right. Okay, sorry. Sometimes, Lidwine Elizabeth says from Netherlands, ship called Evertson, France asked for help. The ship should protect the Charles de Gaulle ship from France. They're heading towards Cyprus. Hey, thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth, for clarifying and also for your support. That's really nice of you, Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. Sorry, I'm just, again, there's a couple there were two incidents in the U.S. today that in theory could be connected to the war. The shooting at Old Dominion University and a car that crashed into a synagogue in Michigan. And there are these press briefings coming up on both of them. But just for technical reasons, none of those are available to me right now. So I've just been checking up to try to see if they might come available. And I haven't seen that yet. So I do apologize. For that, but I'll keep looking. Foster Percival thinks average Israeli citizens want this war to end today. Foster Percival says Israel is being destroyed. Why do you think there is so much visual censorship? I mean, there have been reported during the war, some hits on Israel. I don't know that I can say. It doesn't seem to me like it's being destroyed. Depends on your definition of destroyed. I mean, there was one hit where I think, 9 or 10 people got killed. That was about a week ago. But yes, they do censor. They're not allowing the news channels to show the rocket attacks on camera and the missile attacks on camera. Arthur Van Dam is in the Netherlands. You know what I'll do? If I don't have access to, again, with these local press conferences, it can be weird. If I don't have access to the Old Dominion shooting press conference in a few minutes, what I'll try to do is at least watch it with captions. Then I can just watch it and just say, hey, here's what they're saying. I mean, you guys, I'm sure, can find it online somewhere. That shouldn't be that hard. But I can't just find it somewhere and just steal it. But what I'll do is maybe try to keep an eye on it with captions, then we can at least discuss it. Oopsie.
The latest.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't know about this. Ariel Oserin says a drone attack wounded 6. Ariel's a reporter in Israel. A drone attack wounded 6 French soldiers at the joint Peshmerga French base in Iraqi Kurdistan, according to Reuters, citing the governor of Erbil and a security source. Footage from the Kurdish Ruda News shows a large fire at the base. I'm just seeing this right now. Ariel Oserin, who is with I-24 News English, says, a drone attack wounded 6 French soldiers at the joint Peshmerga French base in Makhmur in Iraqi Kurdistan, according to Reuters, citing the governor of Erbil and a security source. That seems to be, is that just coming out now? Yes, Al Jazeera says the same thing. 6 French soldiers injured in drone attack on a joint base for French forces and Peshmerga. That's in Iraq. Peshmerga are internal security forces for Kurdistan. Let me just do another check here of something. Hang on, guys. They're not going to be live with it. I guess not. So the FBI is about to talk about the Old Dominion shooting, but I do not have the rights to the briefing. But maybe I can do this. At least. Hold on. Is it even showing on news? Give me one moment. All right, hold on. I think, can I get captions here? All right, I have captions on. The FBI is speaking about the Old Dominion briefing. Yeah, I should be able to get captions up. Okay, hold on. Not seeing the caption. Okay, hold on. So the FBI is saying, they're acknowledging the students who showed extreme bravery. This was at Old Dominion University. Hold on. The FBI is investigating it as an act of terrorism, they say. The shooter has been identified as Mohammed Bailor Jallo. I'm just reading the captions. Mohammed Jallo is the names I saw in news reporting. So again, the FBI is talking now about this shooting at Old Dominion. We don't know if the shooting is related to the war. He was sentenced to prison in 2017 and released from prison in 2024. Again, reportedly for trying to aid ISIS. FBI is investigating this again as an act of terrorism. They are processing evidence. They're going through the scene. They are conducting other investigative steps, the FBI. Again, this is being said right now. I do apologize that I don't have, once in a while with these briefings, I don't have a feed available to show you. Oh, give me 1 second here. Just do something real quick. Oops. Hang on a moment here. Okay, they're taking questions about this this Old Dominion shooting. How was it an act of terrorism? The FBI says, we have confirmed prior to him conducting this, he shouted what? He shouted Allahu Akbar? I think she said that. The captions are a little unclear. I'll have to go back and look at the reporting. That's what it seemed like the caption was saying. As far as we know, he only had one weapon on his person at the time. They were asked if there were explosives in the car. He wanted to conduct a terrorist attack similar to that in Fort Hood, Texas. Is this a question or a response? Okay, she was asked, is there any mention of the war in Iran? And the FBI replied, none whatsoever. There were students in the room who subdued him and rendered him no longer alive. They terminated the threat. He shot 3 people. Again, this was at Old Dominion University. Yes, FBI says sources say the shooter yelled Allahu Akbar during the shooting. It's an ongoing investigation, the FBI says. He was formerly subject of a material support to terrorism investigation and was sentenced for information indicating he was captions are not great. But again, reportedly, he had been convicted for trying to help ISIS. Yes, students in the room took him down. ABC News reported it was a Reserve Officer Training Corps class. ABC News reported that he went in and asked if it was a ROTC, Reserve Officer Training Corps class, and when somebody said yes, he shot the instructor. One of the viewers said they are stating he wanted to commit an attack like Texas. Oh, that's the end of the briefing. That's the briefing. The briefing just ended. Wasn't too long. They took some questions. One of the viewers, Austin, said, FBI tracking who the shooter has been supported by in recent weeks. So anyway, sorry we didn't have that briefing for you, but I think we got the basic idea of what was said. Oh, but again, if the captions were correct, the FBI was asked, was there any mention of the Iran war? And she said none whatsoever. Let me take some more comments from you guys. The viewer, Austin, says, suspect was previously convicted of, I think, trying to support ISIS. How is he out of jail? Well, I guess the sentence was 11 years. So I guess he fulfilled whatever sentence he was supposed to fulfill. I believe he served about 7 years because he was there, I believe, in jail from 2017 to 2024. A quick thanks to Kevin Bone. Kevin says, show the straight water? I'm not sure what you mean by this, Kevin. Oh, I don't have a live shot of the Strait of Hormuz. If that's what you're asking, I don't have a live shot of the Strait of Hormuz. If I get one, I'll show it to you. I had one like a week ago. Thank you, least trustworthy weasel, who says, has a country taken personal responsibility for bombing the Iranian school full of students? Yet this is sickening. Thank you also to Janet B. Janet, that's very generous of you. Thanks for being a mod and all of our other mods. Janet, thanks for your support. So nice of you. Janet B. Thank you, Janet. Carolyn Phelps, thank you. M. Law, thank you. Yeah, MLaw, we talked a few times yesterday about an Iranian hacking group possibly connected to the government, which attacked a U.S. medical device, did a cyber attack on a U.S. medical device company, Stryker. We talked about that yesterday. Thank you so much, MLaw. Appreciate that. I am Charlie, thank you. Barb Des, thank you. Chappie, thank you. Also, JZ, JR, no, I think J Riz Ak already. And Paul0916. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I'll try to get more on that report of 6 French soldiers injured in a drone attack in Iraq. I'll try to get some more on that. We had just talked about that a few minutes ago. Talked about, oops. There have been some airstrikes earlier today in Beirut. I haven't heard any threats since we came on the air, but we'll see. Al Arabiya says, French army, the injured soldiers in Iraq have been transferred to a medical center. So again, 6 French soldiers injured in a drone attack on a joint Kurdish French base in Kurdistan, northern Iraq. That is being widely reported right now. I don't know the conditions of the soldiers. Oh, would the French army actually release a statement? Give me a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Oh, a little issue with the feed. Try refreshing. Hopefully that fixes it. Nope. They had an issue with this feed before, I think, and then they refreshed it or something. Why am I getting an issue? I'm getting some spinning here. I have a different Madrid. I have a different, until they get this fixed, I have a different Beirut feed, I think. Yeah, I do have a different Beirut feed. No, this one's working for now. Okay, I have some more reporting here on the French soldiers injured in Iraq. BFM TV says, according to the French army, 6 French soldiers were wounded in a drone attack in northern Iraq. Hey, what is this? Hold on a second here. Breaking news. Big breaking news. U.S. has lost a KC-135 refueling aircraft in friendly airspace. Breaking news just announced by Central Command. U.S. Central Command is aware of the loss of a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft. The incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury, and rescue efforts are ongoing. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. One of the aircraft went down in western Iraq, and the second landed safely. This was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. Breaking news. U.S. refueling tanker plane goes down in Iraq. Rescue ops ongoing. Breaking news. Let me show you what this looks like. This was just reported right now. This is a this is a big plane. A KC-135 Stratotanker. It's an American military refueling aircraft, aerial refueling tanker. According to Wikipedia, it says manufactured from 1955 to 1965. That's what it says. Is that true? KC-135 Boeing. It is one of 9 military fixed-wing aircraft with over 60 years of continuous service. How many crew are on this? That's a picture from U.S. Air Force. That's what a KC-135 looks like. It's not the. I have no knowledge that that's the plane, but that's the type of plane we're talking about. Let me just check and see, what is the crew? Hope the people are okay. A crew of now 3. It has 3-person crew. This is from the Air Force, by the way. There is a KC-135 Stratotanker. It has a crew of 3, I believe. One crew, 3 pilot, co-pilot, and boom operator. They cost about $40 million. There are currently 153 in active duty, 171 Air National Guard, and 72 in Air Force Reserve. So, big breaking news. Let's read you this again. This just in. Big breaking news. I'm going to change the headline to KC-135 refueling tanker. U.S. Central Command is aware of the loss of a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft. By the way, some of our viewers are saying no eject. I don't know if that's the case. Some of our viewers are thinking that you can't eject from that plane. Number of our viewers. Anyways, that I'm not sure. I'll see if I can check that. But U.S. Central Command is aware of the loss of a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft. The incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury, and rescue efforts are ongoing. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. Is this something where was there a refueling operation going on that went wrong? Did this plane somehow crash into a friendly plane or something? I don't know what happened here. Was it during takeoff or landing? I have no idea. One of the aircraft went down in western Iraq, and the second landed safely. This was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. Now, let me show you on a map where we're talking about. Again, I hope the crew is okay. Western Iraq. Now, I don't know enough about it. Is all of Western Iraq controlled by friendly forces? I'm going to look that up in a second. Here is, though, here's Iraq on a map on Google Maps. There's Iraq. We're talking about Western Iraq. Eastern is the side that Iran is on. Western Iraq somewhere. Wow. Let me see if I can find some more information about this. I actually need about 2 seconds here. This just in. Where did my thing go? All right. Give me about 10 seconds, guys. I need about 10 seconds. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, we are back here, bringing you live coverage. This is a KC-135 refueling tanker that has gone down. Mick Magat says, how would the crew be okay with no ejection seats? I need to check that up. Check that out. I don't know. I'm not an aviation expert. Give me a moment here. Some of our viewers are saying 6 crew. The website, the Air Force website said 3 crew, but maybe there were more than that on board. Let me just check for updates here. Hold on. At the moment, B&O News says that CBS says it was carrying 6 crew members. That's what B&O News said. Hang on. Give me one moment. Yes, a crew of 6. Yes, that is true. What BNO News posted is correct. CBS News is saying there were 6 people on board. That is what CBS News is saying. So 6 crew members on board this plane. It has gone down. This is a big plane. And also, it says the loss of a plane rescue efforts are ongoing. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, right? But to me, like if it went down, but they knew exactly where it went down, I would think that they wouldn't be posting an update saying that the plane is lost and rescue efforts are ongoing. I don't know, but I mean this makes it sound like they're looking for the plane. This doesn't sound to me like, well, we know where the plane is, although I don't know. But you'd think if they knew exactly where it was, then they wouldn't say, hey, there's a plane lost. I don't know. Maybe they know where it is. Maybe this is a way of saying that. I don't know. When I read this, it kind of feels to me like they're looking for it. Oh, but they should know where it is. Well, that's confusing too. If they know where it is, but I guess my question, if they know where it is, then wouldn't they know more than this? Right. It could be destroyed because if the plane went down and, the people on board had time to do some kind of maneuver where they can get off the plane or something, then you'd think that they would ascertain how the people are. So I don't know what lost means. Also, I don't know. It could be the kind of thing where it's in very rough terrain. I don't know if they've located the exact place where it is. Zinkman says they're not telling us much at this point. And as our viewers are pointing out, presumably, as a number of our viewers pointed out, because this is a refueling plane, obviously there's a decent chance it had a lot of fuel on board. Yeah, I don't know how loss is being used in this sense. So we'll have to wait and see what they say. It's interesting. I had not heard this report anywhere else. Literally, the first we hear of it is from the military. Let me take a second and see if I can find any more reporting on this coming out. Oh, hey guys, I just saw Jim Laporta of CBS News. CBS News knew about this. Jim Laporta, who reports for CBS News, just said CENTCOM asked CBS News to hold publication of this story as a statement was forthcoming. CBS News in their story says this. They agreed to withhold the story because Central Command said a statement is coming. So CBS News found out about this before it was released, but then Central Command said, well, we're going to come out with a statement. So CBS News held off. Oh, I didn't see this. Jennifer Jacobs said it was two KC-135s. As Faytux News pointed out, it's that there's two KC-135s. So Jennifer Jacobs said she is with CBS News. Does the article say that, or did she post that? Because I was just looking at their article too. So the article doesn't say it. Jennifer Jacobs says a KC-135 went down in western Iraq with a crew of 6. Another KC-135 was hit but landed in Israel. So, was hit? Now, the original statement said this was not due to friendly fire or hostile fire. So I don't know what was hit means. I mean, it could turn out that one of these reports is wrong. The original statement says this was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. Right. I mean, there could have been a collision of some sort. It occurred in friendly airspace. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. Pixel Breath says, why would 2 of these be so close together? Could one have been refueling the other? That I don't know. Some of our viewers are wondering that. Again, this is the KC-135 Stratotanker. These were built in the 1950s and 1960s. They have been in service for over 60 years. That's what it looks like right there. You can see this is from the Air Force. The KC-135 Stratotanker provides the core refueling capacity. It's the core aerial refueling capability for the U.S. Air Force and has excelled in this role for more than 60 years. This is the major aerial refueling plane for the U.S. Air Force. (136 feet long, 41 feet high. All right, so trying to get you more information on this, but big breaking news here. I'm looking for other reporting on this. Just hang tight for a second. Let me see what else, if I can dig up anything else being reported on this loss of a U.S. plane. It's a new story. At the moment, I'm not seeing any updates. I'm just checking a lot of different outlets and sources, and I'm not seeing at the moment updates. Believe me, I'm looking. We'll have to see what we hear about this. Let me check. I'm checking some Middle Eastern sources too, as well. Unconfirmed report. This is from Al Jazeera reports. Al Jazeera says a security source tells Al Jazeera that 2 drones crashed in the Manjun oil field in Basra, Iraq. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that as well. The Manjun oil field is one of the richest oil fields in the world, by the way. That is in Basra, Iraq. It is a super giant oil field. Again, unconfirmed report. Al Jazeera reports that a security source told them that 2 drones crashed into the Manjun oil field. They just reported that about 3 minutes ago. I cannot confirm that happened. Oh. You know, one of our viewers might have said this. I'm seeing a report online that claims there was when was this? That at one point a stratotanker was declaring an emergency. 1:31 p.m. Let me look up. Let me see if I can find this plane. 638017. Yeah, some of our viewers are saying that there was a plane, a stratotanker that was declaring an emergency earlier today. Hold on. Okay, so here is that plane. That's 638017. And is this the one? Play? Okay. I believe is that the flight from today? That would be the flight from today, which it took off. Well, but that doesn't really make much sense though. If this was the one that was an emergency, that's not. This plane was never in Western Iraq. It looks now, but I might be wrong. But I'm just looking at the flight path of this plane, and this one basically circled around over the Mediterranean and then went back to Israel. So I don't see how that. Unless there's, I mean, it said it took off from Tel Aviv and it landed at Tel Aviv. Now, maybe it had more of a flight, but I mean, it looks like this is a complete flight, this one here. So I don't see how this one was involved in Western Iraq if this is the flight. All right, hold on a second. Let me check some things. It had the transponder off. Well, again, I'm looking at that data. The transponder is never off. It doesn't see. And, oh, unless data went off in the middle. You're saying there could be missing data. Oh, I see. Okay, here's what people are saying. Look, just to be clear, look at the time. Here you go. See, it says 11:47 a.m. and then it jumps to 5:50. Yes. Okay. So what because I was assuming this was continuous data, but it's not continuous data. We've seen a number of planes. They take off from Tel Aviv, they start flying towards Iran, and then after takeoff, they shut off the transponder, it looks like, and then when they land, they put it back on. So yeah, this plane was up for hours. This plane was up for, and I guess it was squawking 7,700, I guess. I don't know if that's one of the planes that was involved. All right, because one of the planes that was involved did land. Give me a moment here. Oh, breaking news right here. Hey guys, one of our viewers just mentioned Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. Thanks for mentioning Manny. Look what Manny Fabian said. The second tanker involved in the incident landed at Ben Gurion Airport earlier this evening. The aircraft had sent a squawk code of 7,700 in international emergency signal, according to flight tracking data. So maybe this is the plane. Again, some of our viewers were talking about this. This is a KC-135. It was squawking 7,700. It took off at, sorry. It took off at 11:31 Universal Time, which is, I want to say 6 or 7 a.m. Eastern Time. UTC now. It is 22, it is 10 now, so 4-hour difference. So it took off at about 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and it landed at about 2:30. It landed about 3.5 hours ago, this plane. And again, it was squawking 7,700, which is some sort of emergency. And doesn't mean it's a catastrophic emergency. Planes squawk 7,700 all the time and don't crash. But maybe that was the other plane involved. The Wall Street Journal says a fuel tanker, a KC-135, has crashed. The Wall Street Journal is using the word crashed in their story. They say U.S. Air Force refueling plane crashed in Iraq. Reports of a potential incident surfaced earlier when a KC-135 declared an in-flight emergency, according to flight tracking data. That's what Wall Street Journal says. OSINT Technical believes that this involved a tanker-to-tanker refueling accident. OSINT Technical says, based on the claim of two KC-135s involved and one returning to base under an emergency, this likely involved a tanker-to-tanker refueling accident. And then OSINT Technical pointed out that somebody named @DefenseGeek was posting about this on their account earlier today, and when this was happening, when one of the tankers was declaring an emergency, and said landed safely, reportedly had issues with right side flaps and possibly another control surface. Now, I can't confirm that information, but again, this appears to be the one people are talking about, the second plane. I don't know how to do. Oh, I know what we can do. So this plane was coming in at about 6:30 Universal Time. So what we could do a replay and maybe see when it was. If we do playback Universal Time, so it was coming in at about 18. Let's do 1800, start playback. So this is the playback from today on Flight Radar 24. So eventually we should see that plane. There it is. See that right there? There's the plane. It says this is as the plane was coming in earlier today. The plane in the red, it says 7700 squawk. So how far back was it squawking 7700? If I go back here, maybe it was the whole time that it was coming in. Okay, that's back. I'm just going earlier, and it's red there. It wasn't there then. So, okay, right around there, that's when the plane, see that right there? At that point, even early on, I mean, this is like an hour before it landed, it's squawking 7700 at that point. So that's the plane. Again, this might be the second plane. This is on flightradar24.com. And I'm just showing you the replay from, this was probably about 4 hours ago, of that tanker as it's squawking 7700 before it lands in Tel Aviv. It says 7700 right up here. It also says, down, you can't see it at the bottom, but it does say it says squawk 7700 at the bottom. Yeah, age, as one of our viewers said, this plane is 62 years old. The KC-135s were made in the 50s and 60s. So, again, I'm just showing you this very well might be the other plane involved in the incident. And this is as it was squawking 7700. It looks like, as we've seen many refueling tankers did, it took off from Tel Aviv hours before. It went towards Iran. Once it takes off and gets out and starts flying, transponder goes off, and then hours later, it came back to land at Tel Aviv, squawking 7700. All right. Haywood thinks it was dumping its fuel before landing. Oh, that's interesting. What it did is it circled. If we go later, if we move this forward. So this is the path here. You can see that's the path of the plane it was taking before it landed. This is just before landing. I think it landed about a minute later or something. Anyways, so the path is, maybe it was dumping fuel, I don't know, but it was circling around several times before it landed. So our viewers think some of our viewers think it was fuel dumping before it landed. That's not the one that went down. That maybe is the other one. Let me just mention a little bit about 7,700 squawking. You can see this from Flight Radar 24. It's a blog of theirs from like a year ago. They say we track hundreds of thousands of flights every day, and invariably a few of them will declare an emergency and possibly squawk 7,700 during the day. This common occurrence often leads to numerous questions about what the flight is doing is why. Oh, this is not the, this is a different article on 7,700. I wanted to give you just a more basic one. What is the significance of squawking 7,700? Declaring an emergency means the crew determines they have an urgency or distress situation. Urgency means the crew is concerned about the safety of the flight and needs timely but not necessarily immediate assistance. A distress condition means the flight is in serious and or imminent danger and requires immediate assistance. If a crew resets their transponder to 7,700, all air traffic control facilities in the area are immediately alerted that the aircraft has an emergency situation. It's up to the crew to let ATC know what the exact situation is. It may be an aircraft problem, a medical issue, or something else. 99% of the emergencies observed on websites like Flight Radar 24 are very benign events. Unfortunately, Twitter seems to go nuts when an aircraft squawks 7,700. Emergency doesn't necessarily mean passengers and crew are in a life and death struggle worthy of the evening news. Most of the time, the crew is using an abundance of caution and letting ATC know what they are working with, that they are working with abnormal caution situation, with an abnormal situation. That's an interview with pilot Ken Hoke. You can find this on Flight Radar 24. I'll post the link to this article. But again, airlines, it's a regular occurrence that planes squawk 7,700, and the vast majority of them don't crash. But I can't speak to what the emergency specifically was with this KC-135, the one that landed after the incident. Okay. Let me just see if I have other reporting for you on this coming in. So if you're just joining us, the U.S. military has announced that a refueling tanker plane has gone down in Iraq. CBS News says it's a crew of 6. U.S. Central Command says U.S. Central Command is aware of the loss of a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft. The incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury, and rescue efforts are ongoing. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. One of the aircraft went down in western Iraq, and the second landed safely. This was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire, and CBS News is reporting that the second plane was also a KC-135 refueling tanker. All right, let me see. One of the viewers mentioned there was another update here. So let me check this. As I said, the Wall Street Journal is describing this as the refueling plane crashing in Iraq. By the way, there is an update being given right now. Let me try to watch the captions. I don't have it for you, I don't think. Hold on a second here. I don't have it for you right now, but there's an update on the car that drove into the Michigan Synagogue happening now. Give me one moment here. Where is this? Oakland County. Hold on a second here. I am looking at, sorry, I don't have a video available that I have the rights to at the moment for this. Oakland County is giving an update on the incident in which a man drove a car into a synagogue and was eventually died there. And I'm just peeking at it right now. And we'll also check for updates. I'm going to be checking for updates on the missing on the plane that's gone down. So I'm also checking for updates on the plane. I'm kind of peeking at the press conference. One security guard got knocked down by the car when it came into the building. And 30 law enforcement officers were taken to the hospital for smoke inhalation, the police said in this press conference. The ATF is taking the lead on the ignition source. So at the moment, I'm just checking a bunch of different sources to see if I can get you any updates on this plane that has been lost. And as soon as I find anything else, I will let you know. Is there a press conference for the missing plane? I have not heard about anything like that. I have not heard about anything like that. I got to check. People are sending me messages too. I'm behind on thanking people and everything. I'll do that in a second. Hang on, I'm also peeking at the press conference on the synagogue thing. Give me a moment here. Why is this all weird? Excuse me. FBI is investigating it as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community. Again, the FBI says they are investigating the car that was driven into the synagogue in Michigan as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community. Still trying to get you more updates on this. Give me one moment. By the way, I owe thanks to a couple people. Sorry, I got way behind. Thank you. Let me just get caught up here. Sorry. Thank you to Queen of the South, Lore 0165 B. Earhart, and also Robert Urito from the Philippines, I am Charlie, Barb Dez, Carolyn Phelps, M. Lau, Trap Rats, Melanie McDonald, Jussie, Mitchell Pilot, TCDRX, Rita, 1978 Amethyst, Michael Avery, 1X CD, Rich Stancliffe, Master Debater, Miss Curvy, Infinity HD, Goat Lover, Gennaro Valdez, Live Animal. Thank you. And again, reportedly, the other plane involved landed. The other plane involved in this incident landed. Reportedly, it's another refueling tanker. Also, thanks, Guy from the 207, Big Dog Gaming, Big Boss Now on Twitch, Stunned in the North, Fate64. And I just want to thank our moderators again. I really appreciate our moderators being here for the coverage. Over on Twitch, we have moderating right now Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Night, Sarah and Surly Dev are modding. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Beth Mythical, Ruth, and Leslie Lady Hawk are all moderating over on YouTube. I believe Janet B was there too. And on Facebook, our moderators there, people like Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Thanks also Helen Anderson and Barry Eisler for subscribing on Facebook, and Christy Claft as well. Okay, so let me get back and try to get you more information now as we wait to hear more and find out more about this plane that has gone down, a KC-135. By the way, I just saw a bit more of the press briefing with a little extra on it. Not press briefing, the press statement from CENTCOM with a little extra on it. Here, look. So here is the statement from CENTCOM. Look at the last paragraph, though. More information will be made available as the situation develops. We ask for continued patience to gather additional details and provide clarity for the families of service members. Again, they say they are aware of the loss of a KC-135 refueling aircraft. The incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury, and rescue efforts are ongoing. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. One of the aircraft went down in western Iraq, and the second landed safely. This was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. You know what I have to do? One of our viewers, Bronco Knight, says incident while refueling. It could be. It has not been confirmed. Hey, I'm just going to grab a little more water. Take me about 45 seconds. Okay, so just give me a quick second here. I think it'll be faster than a minute, but I just need to do this. All right. I'm just filling up my water bottle. I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Let's see if we can find more information about this. Again, it appears reporting suggests that it was another 135 KC-135. There are reports suggesting that this is the plane right here, which is that this is the other plane. Not confirmed, but unconfirmed reports suggest that this is the other plane, which is a KC-135, which was squawking 7,700 for an emergency as it was landing in Tel Aviv earlier today for about roughly an hour, it looks like, before it landed. It was circling off the coast of Israel. Some of our viewers think it was dumping fuel before it landed. But that is a plane that took off, took off from Tel Aviv, went towards Iran, disappeared off the radar, as these planes tend to do while they're flying their missions. And then when it came back hours later, it was doing squawking for an emergency and then landed. So this plane landed right around 2:30 Eastern time, about 4 hours ago. So it's possible that this is the other plane that was involved in the incident, but not confirmed. I'm just checking to see, again, trying to find you more information about this plane, checking different sources. When will we hear more from Central Command about what happened? Will President Trump say anything about this tonight? I don't know that. I don't know that either. In case you missed it, we also mentioned this before. 6 French soldiers were injured in a drone attack in northern Iraq, in Kurdistan, on a base. Well, the initial report said it was on a base with Kurdish and French soldiers there. Now, the Wall Street Journal has a report that says they were hurt by a drone attack while on a counterterrorism training mission with Iraqi forces. Let's try to get some more information on that. Yes, so the French government said that 6 French soldiers were wounded in a drone attack in Iraqi Kurdistan. They were participating in a counterterrorism training mission with France's Iraqi partners. The soldiers were immediately transported to the nearest medical center for treatment. So that is 6 French soldiers injured. I don't know their conditions. They were in Iraq. I assume those were Iranian drones. CNN is also reporting, like CBS is, that the second plane involved in the incident with the U.S. KC-135, the second plane, was also a KC-135. So now both CNN and CBS are both reporting that now. This is the work that plane is the workhorse of the U.S. Air Force refueling. The KC-135 plane. That's what this is from the Air Force. That's what it looks like. These were manufactured in the 50s and 60s. They provide the core aerial refueling capability for the U.S. Air Force. Thank you, by the way, Mike O. Mike O, thank you. And also Daniel Daly, thank you. The cost of one of these, according to the website, is about $40 million. Well, it says that's fiscal 98. Well, it says $40 million on the site. These were first deployed in 1956. There's roughly 300 in the armed forces of these planes. Oh, by the way, there was a report about a couple of, since we were last on the year, there was a report about a fire on a U.S. boat that a couple soldiers got injured in. Where was that? Yeah, this right here, in case you didn't see this, on March 12th, that's earlier today, the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier, unless there's two USS Gerald R. Fords, I know there's an aircraft carrier, experienced a fire that originated in the ship's main laundry spaces. The cause of the fire was not combat related, and it is contained. There is no damage to the ship's propulsion plant, and the aircraft carrier, it is an aircraft carrier, remains fully operational. 2 sailors are currently receiving medical treatment for non-life-threatening injuries and are in stable condition. Additional information will be provided when available. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group is currently operating in the Red Sea in support of Operation Epic Fury. This is from this morning, but I hadn't mentioned it, so I did want to mention it. Some of our viewers thinks it might have to do with the lint in the lint filter. That I don't know. And interestingly, I just saw Iranian state media, Tasneem News, Iranian state media said, this is what they said. They said, the aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford caught fire today. Reliable reports, says Iranian state media, reliable reports indicate the fire was deliberately set by disgruntled crew members protesting their participation in the war who wanted to stop the war in the region. State media in Iran adds, the situation inside this ship is psychologically chaotic and it is unlikely that it is ready for a mission in this area. That is the report from Iran state media. I just read it. It's right in front of me from Tasneem News. Trying to get more updates on the incident with the U.S. refueling tanker plane. Again, reportedly where is this here? Jennifer Jacobs had said there were 6 crew members. The current CBS news article doesn't even say the number of crew members. Maybe it'll turn out there are 3 crew members or something. I don't know. I have an update from CBS News. New news update from CBS News. Unfortunately, I can't do my news update graphic, but I'm going to, no, hold on. I can probably do it here. Hold on. See if this works. I have a graphic. No, not working at the moment. I'm not going to worry about it. Here is the update from CBS News. Jennifer Jacobs. There was another U.S. military medical evacuation flight today. It flew from Saudi Arabia to a U.S. base in Germany with about 19 injured U.S. service members on board. Among them were 2 military members injured when a drone exploded next to their vehicle, sources told me. Again, this is from CBS News, Jennifer Jacobs. There was another U.S. military medical evacuation flight today. It flew from Saudi Arabia to a U.S. base in Germany with about 19 injured service members on board. Among them were 2 military members injured when a drone exploded next to their vehicle, sources told me. It doesn't say 19 service members were injured by a drone. It says 2 military members were on this plane. These 19 injured service members who were being transported to Germany, it doesn't say when they were injured or the nature of their injuries. I cannot verify that report from CBS News. Just passing it along. Obviously, Iranian drones are having a significant impact during this conflict. A drone attack is what killed the 6 U.S. service members in that initial strike, in that initial incident in Kuwait. H. Schwartz thinks there's going to be more of this. Trying to get you more updates here. Give me a moment. AP is also reporting that the second plane in this incident was a KC-135 tanker. Okay, so multiple outlets say that the other plane involved, the one that landed after, was a KC-135 tanker. It is possible that it was this tanker, which was a tanker that landed about 4 hours ago after taking off from Tel Aviv, flying towards Iran, being up for several hours and coming back. And when it came back to land, it was squawking 7700, which means there's some sort of emergency on the plane. And it flew around in some circles and ovals, and then it landed in Tel Aviv. So that may be the other plane right there. What's happening on the live shot? Something happening here? Wait a moment. Saw some activity here. We're hearing drone in Beirut. We're definitely hearing a drone on the Beirut stream, which sometimes precedes a strike. Was there a boom there? They're not showing any smoke coming up. Samantha Reynoso says, have officials attributed the drone strike on an Italian base in Erbil to a specific Iran-backed militia yet? I haven't even heard about that strike. I'll have to do some research and look into it, Samantha. Thank you, Samantha Reynoso. I haven't even heard about it. So I'll have to look up and see what I can find. Sobek claims an SAS base in Iraq was hit by an Iranian drone swarm today. I haven't seen anything about that either, so I'll try to find some information on these things. Thanks also Dodger Blue to you and Martin Ging and Stephen Nern and Mike O. Listen. Whoa, big strike right there. Big Wow. Big strike right there in Beirut by Israel. We just saw it. Big strike by Israel on some sort of Hezbollah target, I would assume, that they say is a Hezbollah target in Beirut. Wow. I'm going to turn the brightness up a little bit so you can see that smoke a little better, but that was, you could hear that. There have been strikes there earlier today as well. Israel has been striking Hezbollah in Lebanon after Hezbollah entered the war and started. The Iran-backed Hezbollah has started firing rockets and drones at Israel. Were there two? Oh, I think there were two strikes there. I think there were two. You know, I don't know if I could see it better on, there's a different camera I have. I can see if I can pull it up on the other camera. I might have a better angle of it for you. So give me a moment here. Let me check the other camera. Hang on, I gotta pull this up here. 47. I'm going to show that again, but I will also see if I get a different angle. All right, moments ago, let's replay that. Here it is again, moments ago. Moments ago, right now. Give it a second here. Wow. This is Beirut. This is just Beirut. It's not Beirut and Tel Aviv anymore. We're just showing Beirut. Let's see. Did this work? I am checking to see if I have another camera angle of this. Oh, I do. I have it. I have another angle. I have another angle of this. All right, hold on. That's live. But wait a second, I'm going to show you another angle. I have another angle of what just happened. So hang tight here. It's from Reuters. I'm going to put it on the screen for you right now. By the way, the current alerts are what? I'm not seeing anything at the moment. Let's just, no, I'm not seeing any alerts on the alert map at the moment. Let me pull the footage up for you. I haven't even watched this fully myself. Okay, so this is moments ago, and this is I have video of the airstrikes here. Moments ago, Let's watch what happens here. Keep an eye out. Wow. Two of them. You could actually see two of them. You could see two there. Show you that again. Again, this was just this was about 4 or 5 minutes ago. 4 or 5 minutes ago. So 2 strikes you could see there in Beirut about 5 minutes ago, Israeli strikes. Let's go back to the live shot. Let's go back to the live now. There is the live shot there. One of our viewers said double strike. They looked very precise. Still hearing a drone. It's about 1:08 a.m. Beirut time. Reuters now is also reporting that there were 6 crew members on the KC-135 refueling plane that went down, and also that the other aircraft was a KC-135. So numerous outlets reporting that now. Frank Luntz with Fox News says what some of you said is that the KC-135 does not have ejector seats. By the way, the Defense Secretary of the UK said that British forces in Iraq shot down 2 Iranian drones overnight. And then also, ANSA English, which reports on Italian news, says Italian troops at a military base in Erbil in Iraqi Kurdistan will be pulled out to safety as soon as possible after the site was hit by an Iranian drone overnight that caused some damage but hurt no one. I do not know who fired that drone, by the way, in particular. Thank you to Volkansali and Jesper Vanderkop. Hang on a second here. CNN's Haley Britsky says there were at least 5 on the KC-135 when it went down. Some other outlets are saying 6 people. Waiting to get more information on that plane. I'm going to go over the very small amount we know in a second. In case you missed it before, this was the announcement from Central Command: loss of U.S. KC-135 refueling tanker over Iraq. U.S. Central Command is aware of the loss of a KC-135 U.S. refueling aircraft. The incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury, and rescue efforts are ongoing. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. One of the aircraft went down in western Iraq, and the second landed safely. This was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. More information will be made available as the situation develops. We ask for continued patience to gather additional details and provide clarity for the families of service members. Multiple outlets report the other plane was also a KC-135 tanker. I think a lot of our viewers are getting their news from Iranian state media. I saw a report from, I don't know where it was from, a little while ago, that said, or Iranian Revolutionary Guard. I think Al Jazeera or one of the Middle Eastern channels had said like an hour ago that the Revolutionary Guard of Iran was claiming that they had damaged the Lincoln aircraft carrier. I'm going to wait for a better source on that than the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They make all kinds of claims in Iran, the army and the press, and I'm going to wait for some other sourcing that I would consider reliable. Now, that's not to say it's guaranteed it's false. I don't know that. But frequently, claims from Iran, from the armed forces, or from the media turn out to be false. Oh, CBS News is CBS News reporting something? This is interesting. Hold on a second. I just saw something. This is kind of interesting. Breaking news. I just saw this. CBS News is reporting. Jennifer Jacobs, CBS News. They report after an Iranian vessel sailed too closely to the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier, which has been operating in the Arabian Sea in support of the war against Iran, a U.S. Navy vessel attempted to fire on the Iranian one using its Mark 45 gun mounted to the forward deck, but missed multiple times. A helicopter equipped with Hellfire missiles was launched and hit the Iranian vessel with two of the missiles. That is from CBS News. Again, CBS News is reporting an Iranian vessel sailed too close to the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. A U.S. Navy vessel attempted to fire on it using its Mark 45 gun, a fully automated naval cannon. It's been the standard deck gun of the fleet since the early 1970s. It missed multiple times, and a helicopter with Hellfire missiles was launched and struck the Iranian vessel with two of the missiles, says CBS News. That's what CBS News is saying. I cannot confirm that. Now, how close aren't the carriers surrounded by other boats? So how close did it get to the carrier? Again, I can't confirm that story, but that is what CBS News is reporting. Let me put back on the screen here. It's not clear if from that story if the Iranian ship was sunk or not, or what kind of ship it was. Yes, I will post a link to the CBS News story. You can read the whole thing. I just posted a link to their story where you can go read it. Oil is at about $100 a barrel for Brent crude right now. CBS News with a lot of reports today. They seem to have some inside sources there. Ben Walton says, I don't get notifications. Hey, sign up for we have our own notifications, the Discord notifications. Those are the best ones to sign up for. They're free. The mods will post a link to those in the chat. You can find the link to the notifications in YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. But sign up to our own notifications, the Discord ones. Again, those are the best. Hey, thanks, Cyrus the Virus. Has the Pope said anything about the war? I honestly don't know. I see an article from yesterday, Reuters. Pope Leo yesterday lamented the death of numerous civilians in the Iran war and expressed closeness to people in Lebanon, saying the country was going through a great trial. He has appealed several times for an end to the expanding conflict and warned the violence could spiral out of control. Thank you, Cyrus the Virus. Hey, was that something in the back? I saw some kind of lights way in the back there. I was like, is that the airport? I'll replay that in a second. What did we just see in the back? I'm going to replay that. Hold on. I'm going to replay that for you. Give me a moment. Let's go back. I saw something back there. Then I was like, oh, right there. See the three lights? What was that? Let's go look at this again. What was this? Whoa. Maybe it's just one light lighting up, one explosion lighting up three things. You hear a boom too. Listen. Listen. Right there. Hear the boom? Right here. What is this? It's like that's a strike of some sort, maybe? I'll check some of the Lebanese sources and see what they say. Anyways, all right, I'm gonna go back to live. So, one outlet I follow in Lebanon says there was a warning raid. Another one says 2 raids targeted the southern suburbs. Oh, hold on. I think we have an update on something. Guys, hold on a moment. We have an update from CBS News. They have some more details about the KC 135. CBS News says the KC 135 went down near Turibil, which is along the Iraqi Jordanian border. The US KC 135 went down near Turibil. According to an intelligence source. So again, just to reiterate this, CBS News reports that the plane that crashed, they're saying crashed as well. The KC 135 that crashed went down near Turibil, which is along the Iraqi Jordanian border, according to an intelligence source. That's what they say. I'll show you on a map where that is. So they are using the word crashed. Wall Street Journal is using the word crashed. Let me pull up a map here. Can I find it? Doesn't seem to come up, but they say it's on the border of Iraq. Oh, maybe it's Traybil. There's a town called Traybil right on the border. So maybe the spellings are just different in the article and on the map here. Give me 1 second here. Let me just do something real quick. So there's Traybil there. You can see if that's the area. So this is a pretty fairly remote, it looks like, and doesn't look like there's a lot of vegetation there, right? I mean, I'm zooming in here. Well, there's some vegetation, but you can see it. I don't know if it's called desert, but it looks like pretty arid. One of the viewers said, whole lot of sand. But you can see what it looks like in this area where it might have gone down. Pretty sandy place, says Keta Pazaman. They say it was not shot down. Not shot down, and it was not friendly fire. So again, that's a new report from CBS News. We have no confirmation on the crew. Thank you, Jesse James, Jack, MCK. I have not heard any updates on the rescue mission. Thank you, Ed Weeby, for the memberships. Oh, well, hearing some gunfire. We've seen some strikes in Beirut. Uh, well, about an hour ago, the IDF said that Hezbollah command centers in Beirut in southern Lebanon that were used to advance terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians were struck. Prior to the strikes, measures were taken to mitigate civilian harm, says Israel. Oh, and thanks, Ed Weeby gave a bunch of people memberships. I appreciate that, Ed. Make sure you thank somebody like Ed if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Also, hey, thanks to Ms. Guitar for subscribing on Twitch. Bobby Fewers, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, CC and Too Big. And Guy from the 207, who says the age of the plane is irrelevant to the flight worthiness. Something happened, but it was not because of age. That's what Guy from the 207 thinks. Art Mort thinks a plane that big won't do a gentle crash landing. Hope that the crew is somehow okay. Shannon Davis Hughes is also moderating on Facebook, by the way, along with Kay Lowry, Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley. Christy Claft, thanks for being a subscriber. Dolly Clark, thanks for subscribing over there. Barry Eisler as well. Kristen McConnell Gates. Hey, shout out to our Twitch subscribers. People like Matthew Kohai 3 in Wall Street. Guy from the 207, G Slayer, Andina Austin, Super Sounds, Blank Salad, Liquor Poker, which is, I think, supposed to be a naughty name. It's not written that way. Next time I'm not reading that one. Thug Aim, Unswam, Gina Pina, Kavi Official, My Mind Spray, The King of Wit. Also our YouTube members, people like Matthew Schumacher, Smoke'em, By the Sea, Michael Avery, Nini of Six, Benny Beavers, Ben Van, Smokey Bear, Roger Shoemaker, Zinkman, LGS, Chris Rowe, Knight's Palace, Vexatious Parrot, Storklet, DTA 986, YouTube, ADM, Evelyn and Maine, and our other YouTube members. Thank you. The New York Times is reporting today, like some other outlets have, the New York Times is reporting about mines. They say that Iran has begun laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. They say Iran has begun using smaller boats for the operation to lay mines. Several outlets have reported that they are laying mines. One of the viewers said, how can they do that if we wiped out their navy? Well, apparently they can use small boats to do it. One of our viewers, Pam, says Iran laying mines is no surprise. It was predictable. Our viewer, we had a viewer who said, so by the way, again, there's some claims online that the second plane involved in the incident, the one that survived the incident, is this one, which is a KC-135R plane, and was squawking emergency before it landed in Tel Aviv. And one of the viewers had mentioned this. Well, this says this here from the Air Force says the R. The major differences are in the various models are the type of engines. One viewer mentioned the 135 RT, but I haven't seen that this is an RT. Our viewer Jack Howarth thinks it was likely a tanker-to-tanker refueling incident. Yeah, OSINT Technical had mentioned this, as we said. But I don't know that it was a KC-135 RT. Hold on. I don't know if those are two different models. I'm not an airline expert. Aviation expert. Anyways, I don't want to get too into the war zone. Oh, do they have an article on this at the war zone? I like the war zone. Yes, the war zone does have an article. The war zone's great. I'm gonna read some of this. They are a military news site, twz.com. I'll put the link to this in the chat. They have an Air Force photo here of a KC-135. They say, well, let's see here. They say the Times of Israel reported the second aircraft involved was another KC-135. Online flight tracking data shows the tanker that landed squawking emergency in Tel Aviv today is a KC-135 RT variant, one of a small set of K-135Rs, KC-135Rs that are themselves capable of being refueled in flight. So there are some tankers that can themselves be refueled in flight. That allows them to make use of tanker support to remain on station longer. Interesting. I'm going to post a link to that article in the chat. You can check it out if you want. Thanks to our viewer who mentioned that and our viewer Jack Howarth for writing in. Again, apparently only a small number of those KC-135s can be refueled in the air themselves. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. In case you missed it, I did want to mention a couple of these reports. CBS News has been doing a good job reporting today different things. I mean, they seem to have some inside sources there at CBS News. But first of all, CBS News reported that an Iranian vessel sailed too close to the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier last week. And so they said this happened last week. They said a U.S. Navy vessel attempted to fire on it with a fully automated naval cannon mounted to their forward deck, and that missed. And then they sent a helicopter, which ended up hitting the Iranian ship with 2 missiles. That's what the story says. They say they contacted Central Command about it, and Central Command said, "We have nothing for you on this." So that was a new report from CBS News. And then another report from CBS News today said that there was another military evacuation flight today by the U.S. from Saudi Arabia to Germany. There were 19 injured service members on board, and 2 of the injured service members were injured when a drone exploded next to their vehicle, reported CBS News. Oh, there are going to be some missile alerts coming up in Israel. There has been 1 or more missiles launched, detected, fired at Israel. Where was this? Looks like northern Israel. It looks to me like northern Israel. Hang on. Toward the north. So I don't have a camera there. You can check out, if you'd like, you can go to Intel Cams and keep an eye on Intel Cams. They should have some cameras in the north. Haifa camera, northern Israel camera. But again, the alerts are supposed to be coming up in the north of Israel. As soon as I see them, I'll put them on the screen. 1 or more missiles fired from Iran. All right, again, there's going to be alerts in north. Oh, I just saw, well, there's some rocket alerts. These are not the missile alerts. Oh, missile alerts right now in northern Israel. As predicted, missile alerts in northern Israel, Haifa going to the east. If you look at Intel cams, at the Haifa cam, at northern Israel, maybe you'll see some interceptors going up there. But we do have these missile alerts in northern Israel. I'm looking at Intel cams. I am looking to see if interceptors go up. I haven't seen them yet. There's a couple of Haifa cameras and a couple of northern Israel cameras. And I do not have cameras myself from there, but I have not seen any interceptors go up yet on the Intel cams. Now, I don't own the rights to Intel cams. Oh, southern Lebanon. Southern Lebanon, it looks like an interception. Something's falling to the ground. In southern Lebanon, I think there was just an interception maybe on that camera. And then Haifa, I'm seeing maybe an interception, an explosion on that camera. So, saw a couple things on the southern Lebanon. It looks like there were some rockets also fired from Lebanon as well, possibly, at the same time as the missile alert. So I saw some activity on a couple of those cameras there. Again, Intel cam on YouTube. Intel cams. I have a hold on a second here. So the alerts are off right now. I will let you know what we hear about this latest wave. Jeremy saw an explosion on Intel cams, Haifa cam 7. I am seeing video online of what looks like an interception. Did the Tel Aviv cam show something? It's weird. It's one of my Tel Aviv camera might have accidentally stayed on. Normally it shuts off. Let me check something here and see if I can, what it says here. I don't even know. 10:04. Okay, hold on. Clip and download. 0904. 095400. It's weird. You can see the Tel Aviv cam up there, and normally they're supposed to shut it off during the rocket alerts. They might have not shut it off because there were no alerts in Tel Aviv. Now, a couple of viewers claimed they saw something on the Tel Aviv cam. I mean, there weren't any alerts in Tel Aviv. But maybe you saw something up there. I'll try to check. I'll go back and check. I'm checking right now. Hold on. Sorry for that noise. Sorry for that noise. I'm looking. The Tel Aviv cam I have, I'm going back and I'm looking and I'm not seeing anything on that cam. I don't see anything on the one I have. Hey, thanks, Cypher Hockey. No, the U.S. government says the refueling tanker that went down was not shot down and was not a friendly fire incident. It was some sort of incident involving another plane, a friendly plane, another U.S. plane. We're waiting to hear more about this incident. Thank you to Cypher Hockey. I thank you. Cypher Locky, not Cypher Hockey. Cypher Locky, thank you. Also, Zarlo Zar, thanks for being a member. Thank you so much, Sean Harmon. Sean, this one, the plane, I believe the plane that went down is a KC-135. So that itself wouldn't be as I understand it, that tanker would refuel others, but not itself get refueled. Why? What happened? We do not know. The other one landed reportedly in Tel Aviv. Was it some refueling accident or something? We don't know. Sean thinks maybe the plane tried to make it back but could not. We don't know. Thank you, Sean Harmon 2180. Might have to refresh this. Thanks, Karen Sherwood and Cyrus the Virus and HL Vate, who says we never needed to attack Iran. This was an avoidable war. The U.S. and Israel never had to attack in the first place. No new wars lies, says H.L. Vate. Thanks, Thugglers and Rad HG over on Twitch. Thanks, Guy from the 207 on Twitch, who says our model means certain engines. Same engines on a 737. Thanks, Guy from 207. Thanks, Joel of MD and Kyle Snape GB on Twitch and Ms. Guitar. Hey, shout out to our moderators. They are awesome. Appreciate them being here right now. Beth Mythical. We cannot have our chat without them. Thanks, Beth Mythical, for moderating. And Fashion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McRiches, and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. On Facebook, K. Lowry Body. Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes. Big thanks. Waiting to get some more information about this refueling tanker that went down. Oh, we have an announcement about oil from the Treasury Secretary. Let's show you what the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, had to say. The president is taking decisive steps to promote stability in global energy markets and working to keep prices low as we address the threat and instability posed by the terrorist Iranian regime. To increase the global reach of existing supply, the U.S. Treasury is providing a temporary authorization to permit countries to purchase Russian oil currently stranded at sea. I assume that's because of sanctions. This narrowly tailored short-term measure applies only to oil in transit and will not provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government, which derives the majority of its energy revenue from taxes assessed at the point of extraction. President Trump's pro-energy policies have driven U.S. oil and gas production to record levels, contributing to lower fuel prices for hard-working Americans. The temporary increase in oil prices is a short-term and temporary disruption that will result in a massive benefit to our nation and economy in the long term. That is from about 20 minutes ago from the Treasury Secretary. LCS Fox thinks Putin is happy. There was a really interesting article last night in the Wall Street Journal. And what was it called? I'll tell you what it was called. It's going to be paywalled there. But I wanted to mention something in particular from the article. Hold on one second here. The title was "Ending Iran War Quickly Carries Big Risks for the U.S. and Allies." But one thing it was very interesting that it mentioned in the article, it said, It talked about the Strait of Hormuz. Where is it here? So this article for the Wall Street Journal talked about the Strait of Hormuz. And it said, by the way, multiple outlets report that Iran is letting boats with Iranian oil go through the Strait of Hormuz. For example, oil going to China from Iran. But they said that the Wall Street Journal in their article by Yaroslav Trofimov last night, when they talked about the Strait of Hormuz, they said that so they talked about how Iran has demonstrated that it can choke off the Strait of Hormuz. You know, Iran has attacked, I think, about 6 ships in the last couple days, and they have short-range missiles, they have drones, they have mines, and something sorry, I'm taking me a while to get to this, but a point that the article made. The article said, reopening the strait, military analysts say, may require a ground operation to seize the Iranian coastline. Again, the Wall Street Journal said, reopening the strait, military analysts say, may require a ground operation to seize the Iranian coastline. Because Iran can threaten these ships from the coast. That's the idea. Here is the... so there's the Strait of Hormuz in there. About 20 miles across in here. And you can... it's right... there's Iran right here. And there was another article, you might wonder, like, well, why can they threaten the ships so well from their coast? So there was, I think, a different article in the Wall Street Journal last night which mentioned something about this. I have a link to it here somewhere. Let's see here. Yes, the article was Escalating Hormuz Crisis Raises Specter of Prolonged Closure. And it talked about, it said, Iran is on the strait's eastern shore and can threaten ships with its arsenal of aerial and naval drones, anti-ship cruise missiles, and mines. Now, listen to this. The Wall Street Journal says Iran's anti-ship missiles are mounted on mobile launchers and can be fired from such a close distance that defensive systems don't always detect them until it is too late. They also have upgraded their arsenal of, over the years, they've upgraded their arsenal of fast attack boats and unmanned air and watercraft that they can use to attack tankers remotely. So again, I hadn't heard that thought expressed before, but in this Wall Street Journal article overnight, it said that, it claimed that reopening the Strait of Hormuz, military analysts say, may require a ground operation to seize the Iranian coastline. Haley Girl thinks Iran has had years to plan for this scenario and blocking the strait. Now, of course, Iran could agree to not block it. There could be a diplomatic solution. But if there's no diplomatic solution, then the question is, how do you get them to stop? Arnold Palmer says it's a trap. Thanks for watching from Turkey. Kagata Yoner. War Doomed thinks Iran uses undersea tunnels? I have no idea. Sky News talks about how they use sea drones. Reportedly mines. Sky News talked to an expert recently who said the Iranians have not used many anti-ship missiles. Yet, they have them. Green Eggs and Ham says can't negotiate with terrorists. Chris V thinks Iran has spent decades preparing for this. LGS says no winners in war, just victims. Dury Cooter says there were sirens in Bahrain. Is Bahrain giving an alert again? Let's see here. Bahrain Ministry of Interior. Yes, 6 minutes ago, Bahrain says the siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. Thanks, David Ward, by the way. Thank you to Birdman. Birdman says, I thought we were told the other day the war has pretty much been won. Thank you, IKCE Raj from Michigan. Thank you, IKCE Raj. I have an update for you about the attack on the car that drove into the synagogue in Michigan. Bill Melugin with Fox News posted a statement from DHS. I'm going to show you that. This is from Bill Melugin with Fox News. You can follow him at Bill Melugin _ I follow Bill. He said, DHS confirms to Fox News that the Michigan synagogue attacker has been ID'd as Ayman Mohammed Ghazali, a Lebanese national who first entered the U.S. in 2011 on an IR-1 immigrant visa as the spouse of a U.S. citizen. He was naturalized into the U.S. Into being a U.S. citizen in 2016 during the Obama administration. He was born in Lebanon in 1985, entered the U.S. 2011. He became a citizen in 2016. So he was a U.S. citizen who was born in Lebanon. He'd been a U.S. citizen for 10 years. So that is from Bill. Again, you can follow Bill at Bill Melugin _ That is being investigated as a targeted attack on the Jewish community. Thanks, Hotfix, who says $5 equals 2.2 gallons of light, sweet crude oil. I don't know how many gallons in a barrel of oil. $42 gallons in a barrel of oil. 42, says the internet. Thanks so much to Hotfix. Thanks, Danielle Williams. Thank you, Danielle. And also History Buff. History Buff says his kids were killed in Lebanon by Israel. You mean the suspect? I haven't heard that. I'm not saying it's not true. I just haven't heard that. If I hear a report about it, I'll let you know. Thank you, History Buff. And David Ward. Was there another launch from Iran? Hold on. Another Iranian missile launch. We're going to get more missile alerts coming in Israel soon, because another Iranian missile launch has happened. This looks like in the Galilee area. Where else? Is the north, the center? I'll have to look and see. Maybe, I think this is going to be the north again. Yeah, I'm seeing it here. It looks like it's to the north again. I don't know that we'll, I couldn't see anything on the Tel Aviv cam last time. We do have a Tel Aviv cam. I don't have a camera in Haifa. All the cameras, anyway, the cameras I have are all, they're news organization cameras, and they shut off if they're where the alerts are, because the government says you have to. All right. So there are alerts in the north right now. Let's real quick just make this full screen here. That's Tel Aviv right there. I don't know that you're going to hear anything. I don't know you're going to see anything on the Tel Aviv camera. That is Tel Aviv. Oh, Intel cams, northern Israel. Intel cams, northern Israel just showed a couple interceptors going up on the top right, and it looked like an interception on the Intel cams, northern Israel camera. I just saw it right there. This is Tel Aviv. Still some alerts in the north. You can go to Intel Cams on YouTube. More now? There are still some alerts in northern Israel right now. Oh, I just saw a flash in northern Israel on the Intel Cams camera. I don't know if that was an interception or a hit, but you can see it on Intel Cams, northern Israel. Was there something from Haifa too? I didn't see that. No, I cannot steal the Intel Cams camera. But you can go to Intel Cams and watch the Intel Cams camera. I'm going to see if I can find anything about what's happening. Any reporting about any kind of hits or anything. I'm going to go away from, I'm going to put this back here to where it was. And let me check, the alerts are now off the map. Let me check. See if I see any reporting here. We'll see what we hear. I haven't heard a lot tonight about the last few hours about Iranian attacks. Again, France said 6 of its soldiers were hurt in a drone strike in Iraq. So we'll have to see if we hear about more Iranian strikes on other countries, for example. Thank you, Slayer AKSK. who says, I go to Old Dominion. Thank God I had a doctor's appointment today. Glad you are safe. Slayer AKSK. Thank you, Daniel Williams. Daniel Williams. Have not seen anything more so far on the KC 135. As Jody says, we've had no gunfire. There's not been much gunfire on the camera. Not been much. So we're going to keep the coverage going. I actually ate like a meal before I came on the air, but I'm going to just grab a quick snack right now. I don't have to cook anything. I'm just going to grab a quick snack for a couple minutes. So let me do that. I'll keep the cameras up. I'm going to be watching the whole time. And it's going to probably have a bowl of cereal or something like that, just to have something. And I'll be coming back in a couple minutes to do that. But I'll keep the cameras up. And again, if anything happens in the short time away from a snack, I'll just put my food down and come back in. So bear with me. I'll say... Steve is having a snack. He will be back in a few minutes. Again, should not be a long time. Let me do that. Then I can keep going after. All right, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Now, again, I don't have to cook anything. Really, really fast snack break, and back in a few.
أصوات كتير أوي كتير أوي مش قادر أنا خايب البيت فرحان ريشة الحديد مثل ريشة البطون نفس الشيء بتاعنا هذاك في أشياء غني مقاطع هذاك في أشياء هذاك أكثر في مسكوك ولا شوف هذاك لك شوفوا طيب شوفوا
Hey, just to be clear, that's not me eating. The sound of the food is not me. See, it's the person on camera, not me. Hey, they need to eat too. Oh. Hey, so I don't know where this is from. But OSINT Technical posted a photo of what he says is the second plane involved in this incident today with the 2 refueling tankers. And he says that this tanker can be seen missing nearly half of its vertical stabilizer. I'm going to post a link in the chat. Also, I'll post a link to this post. I'll post a link to my X account too, which I forgot to do. And if you go, he has a picture of supposedly the second plane after it landed and a picture of what it should look like. So I just posted the link. I posted it on my X account too. I'm going to pin my X account. If the mods can pin my X account on Facebook and Twitch, that would be awesome. Thank you. But I'm looking at it right now. And if you look at the picture, it looks like part of the top of the tail of the plane is missing. Again, it's a little hard for me to see. He posted 2 pictures of before and after. Oh, like the whole top part is missing. I see. A bunch of the top of the tail. The top of the tail seems to be missing. I'll post another link here in the chat for you. Yes, from the flag up. From the flag up, it looks like. So a sizable part, if that's a legit picture of the original plane, that's a sizable part of the tail that appears to be missing. So how did that happen? Did it collide with the plane that's lost? That's obviously not the plane that's lost, or that was that crashed. Oh, 10 injured in Israel. Hey guys, hold on. The MDA says, was that from a rocket? The MDA says, where is it here? I'm seeing a report. Well, no, Al Jazeera claims that there were 10 people injured in Israel from like a rocket or something. Let me see if I can find it in Israeli media. Oh, yes, damage in northern Israel. Damage in northern Israel is being reported from, I assume, either a rocket or a missile. So let's try to get some more information here. But I'm seeing it in a couple places. Al Jazeera, and then there's an Israeli news account I follow. Let's see. Yes, N12 News says in the village of Zarzir, there are about 7 injured people. That's in Zarzir, Israel. Give me a moment here. Zarzir is here. Zarzir is in the north. Where did it go? Looks like it says it's an Arab local council. Maybe it's more Arab. I mean, it's in Israel, but it's has a population of around 8,500 consisting of 5 Bedouin tribes. It's northern Israel. Zarzir. There it is right there. So I don't know if it was a rocket that landed there. But again, seeing reports of injuries there. I'll try to get you more on that. Yes, this was a, there was a, it looks like there was a rocket or missile hit. Because I'm seeing a video that appears to show when the hit happened. Oh. Is it true? I'm seeing reports that maybe one of the French soldiers died today. Yes, breaking update. President Macron just posted about this, and he says Chief Warrant Officer Arnaud Friand of the 7th I'm going to read this wrong, Battalion of Chasseurs Alpins from Varses died for France during an attack in Erbil, Iraq. This was a drone attack today that injured, well, reportedly it injured 6 French soldiers, but now we're hearing 1 is dead. He says this attack against our forces engaged in the fight against Daesh since 2015 is unacceptable. He said the war in Iran cannot justify such attacks. So there was a French soldier killed in a drone attack in Iraq. And I don't know if that's an Iranian, maybe it was an Iranian supported militia group that attacked the target. I don't know. Condolences to his family. Again, OSINT Technical posted you can go to my X account and see this if you want. I reposted OSINT Technical. My X account is linked in the chat. OSINT Technical posted what he claims is what he claims is a photo of the second plane that was involved in the incident, the second refueling tanker that was involved in the incident with the first refueling tanker. That first refueling tanker went down in Iraq. In this picture, a bunch of the top of the tail of the plane appears to be missing, if that is a legit picture. So that leads to the question, what happened between these two U.S. refueling tankers, which would cause the one that landed to be missing a significant part of the top of its tail? You can see, it's one of the viewers said it's about maybe, I don't know, a fourth or a third of maybe the top fourth of the tail. Now, I can't confirm the photo, but we were looking at flight radar before. We were looking at the plane that supposedly was the second one that was squawking. I'm trying to remember. I can look it up here. Hold on. Looking at maybe the flight number, maybe the same numbers on the tail. Yes, if the number on the tail is correct. So look, hold on. So remember, this is the plane that some reports online say this is the one that was the second one. It's a KC-135. It went out earlier today, left from Tel Aviv, went towards Iran, disappeared off radar, as a lot of times they do. Then it was seen again coming back hours later. It was squawking 7,700, which is an emergency, and that's the plane right here. And hold on, let me see something here. Yes, because that plane on the tail says 38017 and the photo, and you can see the number, the registration number is 6388017. That is the number on the plane in OSINT Technical's photo. Which suggests that the photo is legit. Yeah, guys, I saw some claims online about air raid sirens in Turkey. Um, I haven't seen any kind of confirmed or reliable report about any kind of attack in Turkey. I'll keep an eye on it. GMI, who I follow, said sirens and explosions have been reported near Incirlik Air Base in Turkey. I mean, it sounds like maybe a missile was fired towards there or a drone and it could have gotten shot down. I don't know. So I'll keep looking for information. Both Turkey and the U.S. uses Incirlik Air Base. Faytux News posted what is possibly a missile flying over Turkey. Maybe Iran fired a missile towards there. I don't know. Here is a map, guys, right here. There is Iran. There is Turkey. They actually share a border up here. Iran, Turkey. And the air base that is a joint Turkey and U.S. air base is there. There are drone alerts in northern Israel right now, some drone alerts. Yeah, guys, we spent a bunch of time at the start of the broadcast. We spent a bunch of time covering both of the incidents today. We talked about the synagogue attack and we talked about the Old Dominion University shooting. So if you want, you can go back to the start of the stream. We spent a bunch of time talking about both of them. And we did some updates about them going into the stream as well, a little bit into the stream. Um, there was a rocket or missile attack that hit a village in northern Israel. One moderately injured person and 6 others lightly injured. There was damage. I don't know if they were destroyed or heavily damaged in 2 buildings, according to N12 News Israel. Sounds like it might have been a rocket from the north. Oh, the New York Times says investigators suspect a midair collision may have caused the crash of the KC-135 refueling tanker. And there is a search and rescue to locate the downed crew. Okay. That is from the New York Times. So again, the New York Times is reporting that investigators suspect a midair collision may have caused the crash of the KC-135. They say, but details are still murky. Also, search and rescue is going on to locate the downed crew. As I mentioned, there does appear to be a photo that OSINT Technical posted showing the other refueling tanker, the one that landed, missing the top part of its tail fin. I don't know what you call it, but the top part of the tail. So how did they collide? If they collided, how did they collide like that? One of our viewers said they could ask the people, Rockin says they could ask the people in the plane. Well, I don't know if investigators, maybe they've already talked to the people in the first plane, but I'm guessing somebody knows at this point. Fin and rudder, vertical stabilizer. Some of our viewers are saying. Some of the parts are vertical stabilizer, the rudder. I'm looking it up. AI says the entire tail is technically known as the empennage. Anyways. No, we've had no word on the crew of that tanker that went down. Dabney thinks it's pilot error. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot and Bob Knuth, by the way, and Kitsachi, and P. Doob, and Mark Barnes, and Erdemsen. Thank you. Also, Slayer Ask. Thank you. Hey, thanks also to, I think I'm behind on this tonight, on Facebook, Kristen McConnell Gates, William Bowser, Talina Wood, Amy Cluck, David Brazier, and Frankie Lodolci over there on Facebook for the stars. That is much appreciated. Also, Gonzalez on Twitch. And hey, Mr. Baghead gave 20 gift subs. Wow. On Twitch. That's really nice of you, Mr. Baghead. Thank you so much. Make sure you thank Mr. Baghead if you got a gift sub from Mr. Baghead. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Patinshin and Zayonis for subscribing. I appreciate it. War Dog and J. Frank G on Twitch and Thugglers on Twitch. Again, Turkey, it sounds like Iran may have fired a missile that flew over some of Turkey. Again, I don't have a lot of detail on that at the moment. I have an update about the injuries in Israel from an apparent rocket attack, either rocket or missile. MDA says their medics and paramedics are providing medical treatment to and referring 2 injured women to the hospital, including a 34-year-old woman in moderate condition and a 17-year-old girl in mild condition. So several people injured in the latest rocket missile barrage in Israel. Channel 12 News says in Zarzir there were 13 injured from that, again, missile or rocket strike. I don't know when we'll hear more from the U.S. government about this plane that went down. No idea. Yeah, Law Search sent me a statement. I've heard that there are groups in Iraq claiming they shot the plane down. Um, Again, in my experience, um, if something bad happens to some kind of U.S. soldier or ship or plane or something, then you will see Iranian or Iranian-backed groups often take credit for it. I have no reason to think right now that those claims of anybody saying we shot it down are legitimate. I think Aurora Intel posted about this earlier and said, yeah, Aurora Intel said PMU affiliated channels are claiming they successfully shot down the KC-135. Weird how they start claiming this just after the U.S. military makes their announcement. These channels also said Iran downed F-15s in the first few days of the war, still waiting for that evidence too. That's from Aurora Intel, AU, who I think is quite reliable, AURORAINTEL, Aurora Intel on X. Terrence Burrell thinks the tip of the tail, which houses the 210 antenna and the top eighth of rudder, is missing from the plane that survived. Thank you, Jonathan Sharp. Jonathan says the first casualty of war is the truth. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you also, Miss Curvy. Thank you, Rez Jr. Prod, who says, I've been in the back of 135 of a KC-135 during refueling, and it's possible it was a refueling accident. It's very scary. Thank you, Farm Girl. I appreciate that, Farm Girl. I wanted to mention there was an article in The Economist that I was looking at today called Could Special Forces Truly Obliterate Iran's Nuclear Program? It talks about how Iran is still believed to have highly enriched uranium, roughly enough to make around 10 bombs, nuclear bombs, if it was enriched a bit further. And a bunch of it is believed to maybe be trapped underground. And there's been this talk of like, would the U.S. send in ground troops to actually get it? So there was an interesting article about this in the Economist. I'll post a link to the article. You can read it. I don't know if they might let you read a couple free articles a month. I'm subscribed, but maybe you can check it out. But a couple things they mentioned. They mentioned that like this would be a huge operation. This would be a huge operation. They said the number of people you would need is about 1,000 people to hold a perimeter around the nuclear complex, fighting past any defenders in place. They would need constant air cover. They would need refueling tankers for the air cover, reconnaissance planes, strike aircraft, and they would need all of this equipment. Like they would need like bulldozers to be able to dig out if stuff is buried underground. They got to dig their way underneath. So just an example of the kind of resources you would need. And what else did they mention in the article? But the idea is not like 10 people would go in. Then also they talk about how you'd handle the highly enriched uranium. And they talk about how one option would be to blow it up, but that would lead to issues. They could try to extract the highly enriched uranium and take it away. But they say if moisture enters the cylinders of highly enriched uranium during the transport, it could eventually cause an explosion. They said you could try to downblend the material while you're there, but you'd have to have special equipment to be trucked in. And then you'd still have nuclear material. But again, it's just an interesting thing about the article is they just talk about how this is not, again, it's not 10 people going in there. This is a complex operation. I think I heard another military person on TV talk about this and said they would need like a battalion of troops, which is, I guess, anywhere from 300 to 1,000 soldiers. But just think about if some of it is buried deep underground, for example, at one of those sites that had the U.S. hit last year, you would need, the soldiers are not going to dig through with their hands, right? You'd have to bring in the digging equipment and have specialists who do that. Oh, also, they talked about how the U.S. would either need to capture an airfield nearby where the highly enriched uranium is, either capture an airfield or build their own runway, because you need some place for planes to land. Anyways, it's an involved operation. One of our viewers thinks Iran has mined the whole perimeter. So there's this question, will the U.S. try to go get the highly enriched uranium? Again, I'll post the link to the article. I believe there's been other articles about this too. This is from The Economist. But it's just something to keep in mind. You know, I'm guessing the U.S. doesn't love the idea if that at the end of this conflict, they probably don't love the idea that Iran would have this highly enriched uranium still. And one article I saw mentioned this, and I agree with it. After this conflict, after this war, if the regime is still in power, they would have a big motive to develop a nuclear weapon. Because they might think, you know, Israel and the U.S. are going to come after us again. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says, doesn't seem great if they still have it. Yeah, maybe we'll do a quick poll. A quick poll. They also talked about how they could use Israeli troops to help. Because Israeli troops have, I guess, experience in like working in the tunnels of Lebanon, which might come in handy. Or come in tunnels of Gaza, I'm sorry. Will the U.S. send in forces to get the enriched uranium? Geo says one way or the other it can't be left there intact. That's what our viewer Geo says. I gotta post it on Facebook too. Hold on a second here. Now, why can't I see the option here on Facebook? Excuse me. Where is the option? I don't even see the option here on Facebook. There should be a menu. Oh, I think I know what's going on. I got it. I see it now. One of our viewers said, we don't know for sure where it is either. That I don't know. I don't know if the U.S. knows for sure. Maybe it's in multiple places. That's another thing. It could be in multiple places. All right, I'm posting the poll on Facebook too. And now let's see. We'll see what you guys have to say. Okay, so I asked you, will the U.S. send in forces to recover the highly enriched uranium, or deal, I guess you could say deal with it if they decide to deal with it some other way, from that Iran has? Okay, here is your thoughts on the matter. Oops, that's not it. That's the chat. 55% say yes on Twitch, on YouTube, and 45% say no. On Facebook, it's 64% yes, 36% no. And on Twitch, it is, oopsie, it disappeared on me, so I need to get it up on the screen again. On Twitch it is, Twitch has a difference of opinion. 57% no, 44% yes. Mothy thinks they have no idea what the uranium is. Barry is not seeing the poll. I'm sorry, Barry. Some people are seeing it on Facebook. But, you know, just imagine if some of it is at one of those sites that the U.S. bombed last year and is just under this like practically a mountain of rubble. You can't send in a few special forces troops to dig through the rubble themselves. David Griffin says they would need to know exactly where it is and how to get it out. Our viewer Jezebel thinks that our intelligence surveillance apparatus knows exactly where it's located. Maybe Israel knows too. I don't know. Something disappeared on me. I owe a couple thanks here in a second. All right, YouTube and Twitch are in a bit of disagreement about this. They're not that far off, though. Outstanding Oddities says only chat knows where it is and how to get it out. JD63, I think, said Trump will take his simplest win and quit on the Iranian people? I think that's what JD said. Flew by there. I hope I didn't get that wrong, JD. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. Actually, Facebook ended up being 56% no, 44% yes. So Facebook went with no as well. Give me a moment here. Hey, thanks so much to Tormented Tantalus, who thinks Iran is more dangerous now than it ever was. The new Ayatollah saw his parents, wife, and newborn daughter killed by the U.S. and Israel. Any man worth his salt will seek to avenge killing of his family. Very worrisome. That's what Tormented Tantalus says. Thank you. Thank you, Dan Scotland. Dan, I have nothing new on the tanker. I am going to try to find more information. Thanks also from Iceland, Unsober Idiot, who says, you trust people who mistook a school for a military target to know where intentionally hidden material is? Thanks also, Brobinusolite. Thank you. In terms of what's going on in Iran, I don't get many updates about Iran during our broadcasts. Like, I'll get things about, if you're talking about real-time updates, there might be a claim like a few explosions here and stuff like that. I can try to dig up and find some other stuff, but it's not, I don't get nearly as much news on inside Iran as I do outside Iran. Normally, we in past streams, we've spent more time talking about other Gulf countries. Some streams we've talked about Bahrain and Dubai a lot and stuff. It just depends on what's happening there. Tonight, not so much. But I'll be on the lookout for it. I'll certainly be on the lookout, Brobin. And if I can find more, I will let people know. It's hard, with Iran. It's just hard to get reliable information out there from there often. Thank you also, 1XCD. One XCD says Iran getting a nuclear weapon would shift the balance of power in the region. That they wouldn't necessarily use it, but it would switch the balance of power. Thanks also, Michigan Blunder. 400,000 troops with 800,000 logistic support personnel to reach the uranium. Now, I haven't seen that kind of estimate. That's what Michigan Blunder says. Thank you, Michigan Blunder. I appreciate that. Yeah, so Iranian state media claims the Iranian armed forces claims, this is reported by Iranian state media, the Iranian armed forces claims that the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier was targeted by the naval forces of the Revolutionary Guard and rendered inoperable. And they say the carrier has left the region and is currently returning to the United States. That is from the Iranian Armed Forces, printed in Iranian state media Press TV. They say their naval forces rendered the Lincoln inoperable and it has left the region and is returning to the United States. Big if true, says Consig. I'm not making this up. I'll show you. It's right in Press TV. Press TV's Iranian state media. There it is. Look, there's the report. Shin says, who I follow for Iran reports, another blast in eastern Tehran. I've been hearing periodic reports tonight of more strikes in Iran. Some gunfire now. some gunfire in Beirut. The BBC's Cheyenne Sardarizadeh reports that the image of the new supreme leader, which is now his X image on his X account, Google's Synth ID finds watermarks in it that indicate the image has been edited using Google AI. Cheyenne says a cropped reverse image search finds what appears to be the original version of the photo of him from several years ago, but the background has been removed and those surrounding him have been removed, and they've stuck on a new background, he says. I'll post a link to that in the chat. I reposted it on my X account. That's from Cheyenne Sardarizadeh. If you missed it, I was mentioning this before, his X account has been posting a bunch today. I can't remember the... here it is. Here it is. This is the account. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei at @mkhamenei_ir. That is it. And I believe it's the official account because it's been reposted by the previous Supreme Leader's account. A lot of posts on it today by him or his team or whoever. I don't know that he's sitting there with a phone posting all of this. He wants the Gulf countries to shut down their U.S. bases in the region. He says it will enable those governments to strengthen their ties with their own people who are generally dissatisfied with the humiliating behavior associated with those bases. It will also bring an increase in their wealth and power. He says, I advise the leaders of regional countries to shut down those U.S. bases as soon as possible, for they must surely have realized by now that the U.S.'s claims of ensuring security and peace have been nothing but lies. So there's a bunch of other posts on there. He also said, the leverage of the closing of the Strait of Hormuz must definitely continue to be employed. Again, apparently that picture has had a different background in the original version, according to BBC's Cheyenne Sardarizadeh. So one of our viewers said he posts more than Trump. I'll post a link to the, if you want to see the account, I'll post a link to the account if you want to look at it. But it's new. It appears to have been in the last day he started posting on it. If again it's him. Stefa thinks somebody else is handling his account. Chuckley's Chicklet says nobody asked for his advice. Vic Dawson says all that's needed for a landing strip is a 2-lane road that has 3,500 feet mainly straight for C-130 and just slightly wider for C-17. Packed dirt is also a runway when needed. I was saying that if the U.S. The Economist article said that if the U.S. was going to do an operation to remove the uranium, they'd want to either have their own air base or create their own runway. Don't you need somewhere to put these planes? Unless, yeah, tarmac, as Snarf says. Berry thinks said road would be swarmed with Iranian missiles and drones. Probably you might have to get air defense in there if you do it. Shin reports that a short while ago there was some heavy blasts, a heavy blast or blasts in Iran. He said numerous and uninterrupted blasts are still being heard in southern Tehran. He thinks maybe there's a bomber or bombers dropping heavy ordnance. Garezi thinks the new guy is dead and the IRGC is playing Weekend with Bernie. Thanks to Tommy Carruthers, by the way. Thanks, Tommy. Thanks, I am Merp. What are the sounds? We heard some gunfire before. I am Merp says, Eastern Tehran popping off. My boy KJ saw it. Thank you, Gary Baines, for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Gary. And Duchess Terra Rays Armor. Duchess Terra Rays Arnor. Thank you so much for the memberships. That's super nice of you. President Trump did post 49 minutes ago. I'm going to show you what President Trump posted 49 minutes ago. He posted 49 minutes ago. Here's what he posted on Truth Social. At Military Academy with my parents, Fred and Mary. That is his post. Now I'm hearing like an alarm going off. I gotta say, we haven't. I feel like this tonight, we have not heard about. Well, I want to say we have not heard about as many Iraqi attacks or Iranian attacks on other countries as we have on the previous few nights. I mean, I think there was one ship attacked in the last day, and that was like 20 hours ago. I mean, obviously, we have heard of a drone attack in Iraq that killed a French soldier and injured a number of others, but haven't heard a lot about attacks like on Bahrain and Kuwait and stuff like that with drones. I mean, there have been countries saying that we shot things down. There have been some missile alerts here and there. Shin, who I follow, says there are reports of continuous blasts in southern Tehran. Continuous loud blasts, he says. Thank you, Shadow Fox 6530. Vahid Online, who also reports about Iran stuff, says he has gotten messages that suggest massive explosions in Iran over the last hour or so in Tehran. So I don't know what these reported explosions are, but multiple reports. Oh, also, Al Jazeera says Iranian media reports echoes of explosions in the cities of Avaz in the south, Isfahan and Kashan in the center, and Qom south of Tehran. So I don't know what's being sounds like stuff is being done in Tehran. Stuff is being targeted. I don't know what. Oh, Around 30 people reported injured in the rocket or missile attack in Zrazir, Israel, which happened, I want to say, like an hour or two ago. Hey, thank you, Stephen Kish, for the memberships. Really appreciate it. Stephen Kish, thanks. Patient says, will this delay our attack on Greenland? Reuters reports inside Iran, residents said security forces were increasing their presence to demonstrate continued control. One person, teacher Majan, 35, told Reuters by phone from Iran, security forces are everywhere, more than before. People are afraid to come out, but supermarkets are open. Many Iranians want change, but there has been no sign of organized dissent. Many Iranians want change, Reuters says, but there's been no sign of organized dissent while the country is under attack. Charlie Newegg says Israel is blasting them at their checkpoints. I believe didn't Israel say it had targeted Basij at checkpoints or something like that? Can I find it here? Let's see. So they did post this. They said, special documentation from Tehran. The Air Force attacked checkpoints and soldiers of the Basij unit established recently in Tehran, following the extensive strike on the most central assets of internal security forces in the Basij. The IDF identified in recent days that Basij unit soldiers had set up checkpoints in several areas in Tehran. The Air Force, guided by military intelligence, attacked checkpoints and Basij soldiers during the past day. In addition, these forces lead the central suppression operations of the internal protests, and particularly in the recent period, through the use of severe violence, widespread arrests, and the application of force against civilian protesters. Hey, thanks, Tony Rad. Tony Rad says this is a righteous battle of light and darkness. Still no word more on the refueling tanker. No, the plane was not shot down and it was not friendly fire. You want, give me 1 minute. I need 1 minute. One minute. I am coming back in 1 minute. Hold on. All right, we're back. It is 5:32 Iran time. It is, oh, hey, for those, I don't know that I'm going to get up for this. I don't think I'm going to cover this at 8 a.m. But if you want to get up at 8 a.m. Eastern time, you can watch Operation Epic Fury press conference with Secretary Hegseth and Chairman Kane. Again, I don't think I'm going to be up for that, but you can watch it. Maybe we'll play it during our coverage afterwards. Some of our viewers sound like they are going to watch it, and others are not going to watch it. Michael Avery says, I'll watch it alone then. Shin reports there are still reports of strong blasts in Tehran. So it sounds like strong airstrikes have been going on tonight in the Tehran area. It sounds like Tehran province, is it? Again, the U.S. military said that a KC-135 refueling tanker was lost over Iraq. It occurred in friendly airspace. Rescue efforts are ongoing. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. Reportedly, the other aircraft was also a KC-135. This was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. Reportedly, 6 people were on board. Now, we haven't heard. The mic is low? Oh, you know what happened? Hold on a second here. What happened here? I think the mic setting somehow got turned down. I wasn't getting a lot of complaints about it. I think somehow the mic had been turned down. I think somehow the volume on the mic got turned down accidentally. Maybe. But people were saying it's fine. Anyways, I'm looking at the levels now. You can let me know if it's too loud. My Florida thought it was low all of the stream. I could hear it when I was listening to myself. It's all right either way. I just have to keep an eye on the settings. Multiple reports say there were 6 crew members on the plane. That's unconfirmed. And as I mentioned, OSINT Technical posted a photo that appears to be of the other plane involved after it landed, and a bunch of its, I believe it's the rudder and the stabilizer. Basically, a bunch of the top of the tail is missing. Rudder and vertical stabilizer. So I will post links in the chat, and I posted that on my X account, to those photos. It is an airplane. The KC-135 is an airplane which looks like, I'll show you right there, here. It looks like this. They were made in the 50s and 60s. They are, that's a KC-135R. Hold on. Let me just get you that's a type of KC-135. Let me just get you the KC-135 main page. Here's the main page. KC-135. They provide the core refueling capability for the U.S. Air Force and have excelled in this mission for more than 60 years. That is what it looks like. That is from the Air Force website. Death Adder says it's a great platform. I was going to mention the Washington Post says that the plane has a minimum crew of 3. but reportedly it had 6 people. Now, at some point, we'll hear more about this. Oh, Asian stocks slide. This is a news story from Reuters. Asian stocks slide as Iran war keeps oil near 100. Dense rate cut bets. They say Asian stocks slumped today, Friday, as fast dwindling hopes of a resolution to the U.S. and Israel's war with Iran kept oil prices aloft, casting a shadow over global markets and spurring inflation fears. Japan's Nikkei index fell 1.3%, while tech-heavy South Korean stocks slid nearly 2%, and Taiwan equities fell 1%. With Iran stepping up attacks across the Middle East as its new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, vowed to keep the Strait of Hormuz shipping lane closed, investors are bracing for a prolonged conflict and higher oil prices. The specter of rising inflation has led markets to rapidly reprice what they expect from central banks this year, with traders now anticipating just 20 basis points of easing from the Federal Reserve compared to 50 basis points of cuts priced in last month. So, if you lower interest rates, that can lead to inflation. So the thinking is, well, now there's going to be more inflation from the knock-on effects of this war, like the price of oil. That would make the Fed less likely to lower interest rates. And stock investors generally like the lower interest rates. That usually makes the market go up. Roger says, what a mess. Yes, political, I believe this is a call to prayer you might be hearing. Possibly. Tizima says, I think the Trump administration might have underestimated this thing. Reuters says, Jose Torres, senior economist at Interactive Brokers, said the negative impact of rising oil prices on corporate margins, inflation expectations, rate cut prospects, and yields is sparking market volatility, leaving participants with few places to hide. Also, President Trump said it is inappropriate today for the Iran soccer team to participate in the 2026 World Cup. The Iranian Football Association issued a statement late today saying that the U.S. should not be allowed to host the World Cup if it could not guarantee the safety of players. Here's what President Trump said. By the way, Iran's sports minister said yesterday it was not possible for the Iranian players to participate in the tournament after the U.S. launched airstrikes alongside Israel against Tehran in killing the supreme leader of Iran. An official withdrawal by Iran from soccer's global showpiece would be the first in the modern era and leave FIFA with the urgent task of finding a replacement team. Iran is one of the qualifiers for the 48-team tournament. Here's what President Trump said about the Iran team today. The Iran national soccer team is welcome to the World Cup, but I really don't believe it is appropriate that they be there for their own life and safety. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Again, it's being held in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. One moment here. Hey, thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. We have moderating right now. We have Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. We have over on Twitch, Idaho Star Mark and NC, Mark HNC, Surly Dev, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And on Facebook, K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, and Paul Anderson, thank you. Give me one moment here. Just give me one moment. Okay, let's try to get some updates here. I don't know when we're going to get more from. I don't know when we're going to get more updates about. Again, obviously waiting to hear more about the KC-135 that has gone down in Iraq. We still don't have any more updates on this yet. Shin, who reports updates from Iran, has gotten messages, he says, from people who say that the kind of blasts they're hearing tonight in Tehran are the kind of blasts they're hearing tonight in Tehran are different than the kind they've been hearing before. He's posted something like that several times. So there is this question of, is there something going on, some kind of thing that's being targeted in the Tehran area that wasn't targeted before or targeted a certain way? Home front command. Oh, nothing. Nick Coriel says bunker busters. That I don't know. Mikey says could be missile storage going boom. Vahid Online, which is another account that I find it reliable. They post a lot of reports from Iran too. They're posting similar stuff to Shin, saying that there has been tonight, in recent hours, lots of very loud explosions heard in Tehran, saying that they are different, in a different type of explosion. You never know. I mean, maybe there's some sort of new thing going on. Or some new initiative or some new plan or something. I don't know. Like I said before, it's very hard to know what's going on there. Very limited information comes out from there. Oh, Fars News a few minutes ago, state media posted a few minutes ago. Let me tell you what they said. Give me a moment here. Fars News says around 5:15 a.m., now this is like 40 minutes ago, airstrikes were reported in parts of Tehran. Local sources reported hearing the sound of massive explosions in various areas. The intensity of the explosions was so strong that residents in the area reported their homes shaking. No further details were available on the extent of damage or possible casualties. Additional news will be sent later. This is state media in Iran saying this. So, again, a lot of reports of intense airstrikes over the last several hours. So again, I mean, it seems like maybe something is up. I don't know what. But again, between these accounts that like Shin and Vahid Online that are sharing reports from Iran where people say like, this is stronger than, this is a different kind of explosion going on. We haven't felt something like this. And, state media, as I just showed you, posted a few minutes ago saying massive explosions were being felt in Tehran and people were reporting their houses were shaking. Certainly seems like something. Maybe they're using a different kind of munition or something, or I don't know. I mean, for days we've heard people like in the Trump administration say, oh, it's going to be noticeably, you know, more or larger attacks on Iran soon. Carl Wallace says probably heavier bombs. Hey, thanks to DJ underscore on Twitch for subscribing. Thanks to Leisure321 for your support. Gonzalez, thanks for the bits. Thanks also very much to sorry here. Oopsie. Hold on. I got to reopen this window so I can see. Hey, Josh Barnes, thanks for your support, Josh Barnes. I really appreciate that. Thank you also to Haley Girl. Thank you, Haley Girl. And Carolyn Phelps. Haruna Q. Haroon's asking about drones in California. Haroon, we talked about that so many times yesterday. Long story short, the FBI told California they had gotten some sort of information that Iran allegedly aspired to conduct some sort of drone attack on California, but we have no idea of what that information was, whether it was reliable information or not. I want to address it, but I don't want to spend more than 1 minute on it, because we talked about it so much yesterday. How can I do this fast? Let's see. Then it came out today that the alert said unverified. Here, look. California governor says no imminent threat despite warning about possible Iran drone attack. Governor Gavin Newsom said there was no imminent threat to the state, despite a warning from the FBI that Iran could send drones to the West Coast in retaliation for war. The FBI recently warned police departments about Iran and a possible California strike, though the alert also said it was unverified information. The alert said Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the United States homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California. In the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran, we have no additional information on the timing, target, method, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt said on X that the message to law enforcement was a tip based on unverified intelligence. President Trump says it was being investigated. Again, all I can say is we don't have specific information. We don't know how strong or how weak the evidence was that the FBI had. So that's really all I can say. It's really difficult to assess that without knowing the evidence that they had. At a certain point, they told California about it, so it's probably not no evidence, but they said things like they aspired to do it, it's alleged, it's unverified. So, what can I say? Well, that's about the best I can tell you. Alert page says there was a fuel tanks on fire in Pasadena, Texas. Hazmat and foam units requested to scene. I'll post a link to that in the chat. Oops. Was that, I posted the wrong thing. Sorry, I posted the post below that one by Mike Isaac, which has nothing to do with what I was talking about. Sorry about that. I meant to post the alert page post, which I just posted. Sorry. The Mike Isaac one is not really relevant to anything. AZ Intel also posted about the fire in Texas, too. I wonder if Harris County, Texas, by the way, is saying anything about that fire. This is an industrial fire. LaPorte Office of Emergency Management said no action was required from the community. There is a visible smoke column and the fire coming from a facility. No protective actions are necessary for the community, says LaPorte Office of Emergency Management in Texas. I just wanted to check on that. So no new updates. I've seen no new updates on the plane that went down that we heard about hours ago. By the way, the current oil price is, where is it here? Around 100 for Brent crude. I do feel like, hey guys, people keep saying oil refinery. I literally just said, like 1 minute ago, we just talked about it. The LaPorte, Texas Office of Emergency Management says people do not have to worry about the fire. Okay? That's what they said. They literally said, the fire department reports that no protective actions are necessary for the community. No action is required from the community at this time. That's the Texas fire in LaPorte. Oh, did the IDF say something? Hold on. I don't see anything. It's been kind of a weird evening. I feel like we've been hearing about, again, I feel like normally during the evening we hear about like Bahrain or Kuwait or Dubai, and they're having, Iranian drones or missiles fired at them. And we really haven't heard much of that. I guess there was maybe one missile that flew in over Turkey at some point. I don't really have details on that. But I feel like we've heard less of the other countries tonight. There haven't been that many attacks. I mean, with Beirut, Israel will attack for a while, and then they'll not attack, and then attack some more. There haven't been that many rockets fired overnight into Israel from Hezbollah, some. But it sounds like there's been a lot of airstrikes in the Tehran area, powerful airstrikes. So I don't know what's going on with that. In the last, 20 hours or so, we haven't heard of any new ship attacks in the Gulf or the Strait of Hormuz. We did hear that one French soldier was killed and several were injured in a drone attack in Iraq. We heard that. Bonus fact says war, they info clamp down. Oh, I have some, I didn't even realize I have this video. Hey guys, I got a video of aftermath. I'm going to change, let me do this. Here's how we're going to do this. I still have Beirut. I'm going to show you some aftermath. So that is, hold on. I have a different video I want to show you. So I'm going to put on the screen the Beirut video from here. And then I have a video of aftermath of, it was a missile or rocket strike that injured a number of people in Israel. AFP has a video. So let me throw that up on the screen. Hold on. I'm doing that. And I do have a Beirut video I can show you too, a different one. Let me just do that. Hold on here. I'm getting it up on the screen right now. Let's see. No, that's not it. One moment. One moment, please. Let's get the new video up. Okay, here it is. This is in Israel. This is a live video here of after either a rocket or a missile attack. Look at this. Now this is in, oh, I have two videos. All right, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. I'm going to do this a different way. Let's do this a different way. Hold on. This is in northern Israel. So this is in northern Israel, the site of either a missile or a rocket hit. This is near Haifa. And I'm going to put, let me get on back on this. I'm going to actually get the Beirut shot back up too. About 30 people were injured at this location. About 30 people were injured there. Actually, let me show you the other one. Here, look, hold on. This is not filling up the screen. See if I can tell you a little more about this. Okay, so there were houses that were completely destroyed in this area. This is in Zarzir. This is a missile that fell in the yard of a house. This was Zarzir, Israel. And about 30 people reported injured. Oh, hold on a moment. I have an update. So 12 News Israel says there were 3 buildings that were destroyed and over 50 injured, 1 in moderate condition. Yeah, it sounds like people might not have been seriously injured, which would be fortunate. Maybe people were in their shelter areas, like they're supposed to be. Oh, almost all of the people injured were either lightly hurt by broken glass or suffering from acute panic. But a woman in her 30s was moderately injured by shrapnel, according to the Magen David Adom ambulance service. This is Rimreel says a Bedouin village. Yeah, Zarzir, I believe, has a combination of Bedouin groups that live there. It is a majority Arab town, local council. Consists of 5 Bedouin tribes. Yeah, people are talking about Turkey in our chat. Again, as I've said, I don't really have information on Turkey. It appears from footage there may have been a missile flying over there. I don't know if that missile was targeting a particular part of Turkey, targeting the air base where the U.S. and Turkey, I believe it's a joint air base. I just don't know. I don't know what happened to the missile. I haven't heard any reliable reporting on it. So if I hear more on it, I'll definitely let you know. Should I put the maybe I should put the footage back on the we'll go back to Beirut and Tel Aviv on the footage. I wanted to show you some of this, but I think you kind of get the idea now. So maybe I'll go back to actually I'll show you the other angle. Here's the other angle, but maybe I'll get the Beirut feed back up. If I can. Hang on. Exile says, look at that car and only minor injuries. Only one moderate injury. Yeah, it seems very fortunate. Hang on a moment here. Let's go back now to the there. We'll go back to there. All right, that's now Beirut. And then we'll put this one on the top so you can see it. Excuse me. Hey, I want to say a quick thanks to Austin199 and One Story Writer from Turkey. Thank you. Yeah, we had mentioned before there were reports of sirens at the Incirlik base in Turkey. Again, I don't know what happened to the missile or missiles. If there were one or more, what happened to them? I haven't heard of the base being hit. I haven't heard of anything being hit in Turkey. One story writer says locals say it was likely an interception. She's in Turkey. Thanks for your support and for writing in. Thank you, Shaft, for the memberships. Thanks, Zachy Daniels from New Zealand, and thanks to Josh Barnes. Thank you. I wonder if there's any chance that there will be no update about the refueling tanker that went down until the press conference at 8 a.m. There is a 8 a.m. Operation Epic Fury press conference. No, it was not shot down. It was not shot down by friendly fire or hostile fire. It was an incident involving two tankers. Possibly a collision, but we don't know for sure. Oh, hey guys. AFP says blasts heard and smoke seen over central Dubai. That's a new report from AFP. Blasts heard and smoke seen over central Dubai. Oh, I'm seeing a video, some sort of hit in Dubai. I'm seeing video from Dubai coming in on Telegram of an apparent strike in Dubai. Where is this? One account says there was an American Economic Center in Dubai that was hit. Smoke coming from a building in Dubai. I don't have anything I have the rights to at this point, but I'll see. Let me see what's, or I can even verify at this point. Let's see what else is floating around out there. Again, looks like maybe a drone strike of some sort in Dubai. Thank you, Pablo Gonzalez, for watching. Again, I've seen a couple videos showing smoke in Dubai, and looks like something got hit, but I don't know what. See if I can get any more information for you. In that in Zarzir, which is the top picture, N12 News says there was one moderately injured and 57 lightly injured from glass fragments. I'm going to post a link to, somebody posted this on X. It's a video I've seen on some Telegram accounts I follow. Again, I cannot verify it, but I just posted the link in the chat to one of the videos I've seen that's purportedly of Dubai in the last few minutes. You can go look at it if you want. Austin Batman claims some companies shifted their employees from Dubai this week. That's what Austin says. John says it was a tower. John McGeaney. I'll have to check out my messages here. Michelle Lausen says, how many times has Israel been hit? There have not been, I don't think, that many direct hits in Israel during the war. Not that many. This looks like one today. Our viewer Murph said 2 days before the U.S. bombed Fordo, like 20 trucks were lined up outside, and many experts believe Iran was moving the enriched uranium. There are satellite images showing all of this. That I don't know. I don't know. Thanks, Murph, for writing in. LS Strabbed says planes are still landing in Dubai. Yeah, I don't know what exactly got, looks like something got hit there, but I don't know what. Oh, now I didn't see this on camera. I don't know if we missed it when, for the short time we were going, we didn't have the Beirut camera on the stream. But the IDF says a short while ago we struck a Hezbollah terrorist in the area of Beirut. Details to follow. Oh, I have a little update from the Washington Post. So, referring to the refueling tanker that went down after an incident with another plane, reportedly another tanker. Uh-oh. Oh no. I think that's a horse that's no longer alive. I don't want to show that. They're showing a horse that's been killed, I think. I'm going to not show that on this screen. Sorry. Guys, I think a horse died. Yeah, it looks like the horse was killed in the, that's sad. Looks like the horse was killed in the missile strike. Yes, I didn't want to get the close-up of that on the screen. All right, they went away from it. That was sad. Hang on. Yeah, regarding the tanker, again, that went down hours ago, that was apparently in some sort of incident with another tanker. Uh, the Washington Post says, the Washington Post in their article says, aerial refueling is one of the most complex military missions, but also one of the most critical due to the limited amount of fuel that fighter jets can carry and how quickly they run through their tanks. When fighters are tasked with conducting strikes, tankers are often in the air as support. Once a refueling mission begins, tanker pilots have to maintain the massive refueler in steady flight and hold a close distance as the operator in the back of the plane controls the boom with a joystick, slowly lowering it towards an approaching plane. It is inherently dangerous, and there have been multiple mishaps over the years in which an incorrect approach resulted in damage or death, including a U.S. Marine Corps mishap in Japan in 2018, where an FA-18 aircraft collided with a C-130 tanker during a refueling mission, killing 6. It was not immediately clear from where the tankers involved in Thursday's crash had taken off. But again, this was an incident involving 2 KC-135 tankers, and one of them crashed. One of them, according to a photo posted by OSINT Technical, which I'm guessing looked legit to me. If that photo is legit, the other plane was missing part of the top of it. Part of the top of the tail of the plane was missing. Hold on. Some people are mentioning Dubai. Is there any update about Dubai? Let's see. There are reports of possibly Iran launching some drones at Saudi Arabia as well. Look at the car. Look at the damage. This is from where the missile hit. Hold on. That's in northern Israel. That's the site of a missile hit tonight in Israel. I had the brightness up, but we don't need it up so much. Daylight is approaching, says U.S. Rights and Freedoms. Again, the top video is the site of a missile hit. How do I think this will end? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I could see the U.S. wanting to stop soon. I could see this going on for weeks and weeks. I do not know. Marky B. Yeah thinks it won't end anytime soon. Darkmore says it's up to Trump. Andrew Morris says, end tomorrow after speech. Is he giving a speech tomorrow? President Trump is... I don't see him giving a speech. He's not scheduled to. Oh, thanks, Tiberius Rex. Yeah, I don't know how many direct impacts there have been in Israel, but again, there haven't been that many. I don't believe there's been that many direct impacts. Seems like less than 10 to me, I would guess. I don't know for sure. But Iran hasn't been firing that many missiles at Israel. Yeah, Tiberius, I mean, it's interesting. Early on, Iran was threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz. So there was questions as to whether they really could or whether they would or could. But what's happened is they've attacked so many ships. In the last couple of days, they attacked 6 ships, for example, and they've done enough attacking and threatening that ships don't want to make the trip. The New York Times said that at least 16 oil tankers, cargo, and other commercial ships have been attacked in this war. 16 by Iran. Well, Iran has claimed responsibility for several of the attacks, but it's assumed that they're Iranian attacks. So it is interesting because it was not, consensus that they would or could do it. If they hadn't successfully attacked all these ships, I don't know that it would be closed. Thank you also LCO0129. Thanks. It's more fun to compute. Yeah, I talked about the Texas fire before, and again, the local OEM said, the local Office of Emergency Management said no particular action was required by residents. They said no protective actions are necessary for the community. No action is required from the community. Thanks also, Robert Dodds. Thank you, Robert. And as always, there can be things going on during this conflict that we're just not hearing about, and then all of a sudden you hear about them. Iranian state media claims that an Iranian drone targeted the Dubai International Financial Center. I don't know if that's actually true. Oh. I'm seeing a picture of a fire. I'm seeing a video supposedly of a fire. And also at the Dubai, again, a couple reports online that this building called the Dubai Financial Center was hit by a drone. Is this true? I can't tell. But I am seeing a video of a significant fire in Dubai. No, I'll try to find it somewhere. I'll try to find it linked somewhere where I can actually just put the link in the chat. One report claims more than one drone hit in Dubai. Is this Jumeirah Beach? There's an unconfirmed report that Jumeirah Beach was attacked with a drone. I don't know if that's true. That's also in Dubai. Whoa. Sorry. Oh, did Dubai post about this? Hold on, let's see. Hey, we have an update from Dubai Media Office. Here's what they say. Authorities confirm that debris from a successful interception caused a minor incident on the facade of a building in central Dubai. No injuries have been reported. So, I mean, I don't know how minor it is, but they did acknowledge it. Although there's some claims that more than one place has been affected. Lidjaroof says Dubai is no longer a safe haven. Blair Witch says it's a flesh wound. Cepheus says it's minor. No Iran cam. We don't have an Iran camera. Oh. Hold on a second here. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I have to fix something. I posted something from Iranian social media, and the translation made it look like it was old, but it's not old. Sorry, I just wanted to fix that. Oh, the problem with the with this camera. Hold on. Hey, look, we have some of Tel Aviv. There you go. I think we could be possibly getting close. Saudi Arabia announces the interception and destruction of 3 drones in the eastern and central regions. I think we could be getting close. Oops. Turn that down. You know, like I said last night, it's more of a marathon than a sprint. This could be going on for a long time. So we've been on for a while. I don't have huge updates for you right now. So I think it may be our time to start maybe wrapping up this live stream. But if there's some huge news, we can do another live stream. We've done it before. We've done it before where we got off the air and then huge news happened and we come back on the air. But I think it might be time. People getting angry in the chat. I appreciate very much people watching, of course. I really appreciate people watching, people participating in the chat, people sending me updates, letting me read your comments on the air. So I really appreciate you watching. But again, we gotta Got to have balance. And but I will certainly, again, if something happens after I get off and it's huge, we can come on the air and do another stream. That is fine. We can do that. But again, I really, really appreciate you guys tuning in. It was interesting. I mean, some big news tonight, but also quieter in some ways in terms of the news that came out. And obviously, we just don't know what the deal is. We haven't really gotten a major update on the refueling tanker that went down. So we'll hear something about it eventually. I mean, let's hope that maybe they can find the crew. Maybe the crew's okay. I don't know. But we'll do more coverage. Nathan thinks we're in the full stalemate portion of the war. You know, I don't know. It's an interesting question. Does it kind of just keep going on like this, or does something change radically? I mean, I don't know that the U.S. will be happy with oil having such a high price, and the Strait of Hormuz can't stay closed. I don't think the U.S. is going to want that to happen. Oil right now, Brent crude is still at about 100. It's been pretty stable during the whole broadcast, around 100. All right, so I'm going to start wrapping up the stream. But as I said, we can cover more news when it happens. I really appreciate you guys being here, and we will have more coverage of this war. By the way, I'm hearing a drone, so I would not be surprised if there's more strikes in Beirut. They've been going on kind of off and on around the clock. So, hey, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV if you'd like. Subscribe, follow the channel. Also, I would suggest turn on our notifications. We have our own notification system. It works great. It sends you a notification when we go live, before we go on the air, so you don't miss a live stream. So I would suggest turning on the notifications. It's free. The mods will post a link in the chat to the notifications. And you can also find the sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Make sure you signed up for the notifications. You know what? I forgot to thank Avril Louise Urguhart for the Facebook star. Sorry about that. Thanks, Avril. Avril Louise Urguhart. I have to thank some other people too. But I will post updates on my X account, as I always do when we're not on the air. So if you're on X, you can follow me over there at @Lookner on X. It's @Lookner on X. Breaking news coverage over there. But again, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys being here, and thanks everybody who's been participating in the chat and everything. Speaking of the chat, we couldn't have the chat without our moderators. They are the reason that we can have our chat rooms. They are keeping things civil and respectful and under control in the chat. So huge shout out to our moderators. Look at all we have: Roberts, May Queen, and Ruth, and Leslie Ladyhawk, all over there on YouTube moderating. Thank you so much. And all of our other YouTube moderators, thank you. Our Twitch moderators like Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev, thank you so much. And all of our other Twitch moderators, Kay Lowry Body on Facebook, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes, huge thanks. This thing isn't all the way up. Oh no, there we go. And also, Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you very much. So much to all of our moderators. Thank you. Hey, thanks to everybody for supporting the channel. It is so nice of you guys. I really appreciate it. People your support is what allows this channel to exist, what allows me to buy news footage and all that. So huge thanks to everybody who donated. That's so nice of you. Io Rizzo, I thank you for being a member. Joshua for being a member for 2 years. Rizzo for 17 months. Thanks, Jiggle Jess, who says, what is Brazil's take on this? That's an interesting question. Maybe next time we can get into it. I'm not going to get into it right now because I don't know. I'd have to do some research. Thank you so much, Jiggle Jess. Robert Dodds. Hey, thanks, Waltham, Mass, for the memberships. And everybody else, so nice of you guys. Oh, Snow Cones on Twitch, thanks for subscribing. Big Dog Gaming, thanks on Twitch. Did I thank DJ underscore and Leisure321? I think I did. Thank you. Let's see here. Hey, also, another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, is at Agenda Free TV on X, because I always give you a heads up over there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. Thanks to Princess Teapot, too. Thank you. It's really kind of you. Thank you, Princess Teapot. Let's see. Who else? Oh, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. Check out our Discord chat. It's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check out the Discord chat. And thanks so much to our Discord mods for all of your help with everything on Discord. Discord mods, thank you. And hey, if you watch us on YouTube, I would recommend turn on the YouTube notifications as another way to find out when we're live. And the way you do that is, you got to subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, then make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Okay, so, oh, I want to thank our subscribers over on Facebook, like Dolly Clark, thank you, Kristen McConnell Gates, Robert Real II, Louisa Knight. Thanks again, Avril Louise Urquhart, for the stars. All of our other Facebook subscribers over there, really appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you. Oh, also, Talina Wood. And thanks for your support, Talina Wood. And our Twitch subscribers, thank you. Wall Street and Shaggy and Gonzalez and DJ underscore and Snow Cones and Matthew Kohai 3 and Ma Florida and Jack's Animals. Huge thanks. Foot of Chaos, the King of Wit, My Mind Spray, Atomic Farting, Boba J. Fett, G. Slayer, Bogan, Pimcat, and all of our other Twitch moderators, our Twitch subscribers, thank you. My Mind Spray, all of our other Twitch subscribers, thank you so much. And our YouTube members, huge shout out to our YouTube members. Haroon AQ, Waltham Mass, Kenneth Colton, Chris F, Mary Solde Valley, Roger Shoemaker, Kenneth Colton, Echo Park Mom, Turned Off, Patricia Grace, CAC 813, Eric Johnson, JD63, Chris F, Enigmatic MF, Val Cargo, Olin McKinney, JD63, Lolly Lollipop. I'm repeating some of these names. I can't remember. Evelyn and Man, Chris F, Fernando Montemayor, Olin McKinney. Thank you. all of our other members, and our viewers. Thanks to everybody watching. UC6MZ, the Gary Art Good, Squinting Cat, AEB, Conspiracy Vigilante, Set to Chill, Wiki Hands, Dojo Blink, thank you, Speed Killer, Cat Hostage, Luke Loki Smokes, and everyone else for watching. Thank you so much. Avalon Camp, thanks for watching. I'm going to do a last check here. Don't think I have anything big for you right now. But things can change. I'll certainly be on the lookout for more information about this refueling tanker that went down in Iraq. Trying to get some more information about that. All right, guys. I think we've reached our time. We have reached our time. So again, thank you for being here. Oh, thanks Lola. Thanks Carl Wallace and everybody else. I really appreciate you being here. We'll have more coverage of this. If there's big news later tonight, I can jump on the air whenever. So that is it for now. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks again to our mods. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.